Markov number one in the chat. Couple more minutes when you get started. German cow. Gotta get the news coat. Gotta get that motherfucking news coat. Oh, maybe I should get my blue screen too. Hold up. Gotta kill a bitch. Oh, there you go. There we fucking go. Alright folks, welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism. We were listening to HP Shody's Side A Instrumental Volume 1. We will be rocking out to this, as well as a few other HP Shody classics throughout the stream. Hope you enjoy. We'll get started on Nightmares to Reality full tape. We were watching gameplay from the PlayStation 1 game Germs. This has been translated. If you want to play it, you can look it up. Germs for PlayStation 1. Hope you're doing well, folks. I have to apologize. I wasn't here last weekend. I was studying for my citizenship test, and I had some family stuff to take care of, but the main goal was to pass that fucking test. Welcome back, Ice King of Space. Good to see you. German Cow, Markov Ramus, Markov Ramus, number one in the chat. But I did pass the test. I did it. One of the better tests I've ever taken in my life, actually. 20 out of 20, y'all. 20 out of 20 in this bitch. 20 out of 20. So now they got to review the test to make sure I didn't cheat, which I didn't. I did not cheat. Did not cheat.
Shut the fuck up.
You shut up. I did not cheat. I promise you. But yeah, no, I didn't cheat. 20 out of 20. So now they just got to review and make sure I didn't cheat, and then they're gonna give me, I guess they do a ceremony every so often, and I can schedule when I want to do the ceremony, and then I pledge my loyalty to the fucking king, which I'm not looking forward to, but you got to do what you got to do, as they say. That's exactly what a cheater would say. Now, they got a pretty cool setup. When you take the test, you got to turn on your webcam. You know, they have a little video there. I don't know if they were taking audio. Accept your loyalty. Yeah, no, they have a little webcam set up just to make sure you're not like looking at notes and, you know, looking around. To be quite frank, like, I studied really hard. I went through the 414 question video 2.5 times, and I read the Discover Canada manual 2 times and took notes on half of it until I just ran out of time. And I'm the kind of guy, when I take notes, I don't know what's important, what isn't important, so I just end up kind of taking notes on everything. So I have like 8 pages of notes, you know, condensed from the 40 pages or 50 or so pages that I was able to get through. It's about a 100-page guide. But I studied like crazy, and I was like, you know, I felt really comfortable. And then the test, it was just an absolute cakewalk. It's an absolute cakewalk. Yeah, exactly, Markov. Yeah. The OCD expert thing. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I don't know what's important and what isn't, so I just, you know, kind of take notes on everything. But the test was an absolute cakewalk. I mean, it was like 18 super de-duper easy questions that I might have been able to even answer without any studying whatsoever. and then 2 kind of maybe, one was kind of a trick question in how they worded it, and another one was, you know, like you kind of did have to have a little bit of knowledge. But I got 20 out of 20 in that fucking bitch. 20 out of 20. I'm stoked. I'm not a good test taker. You know, I wasn't academic in my youth at all. Welcome back, Seneca. Good to see you. But yeah, it's official. After they reviewed the test and I take the ceremony and pledge my loyalty to the king, I will be a fucking Canadian citizen, y'all. I'm stoked. It's happening. Yeah, no, you know, the traffic test, thank you, Seneca. Yeah, the traffic tests, I've taken those traffic tests in the United States way harder than the citizenship test, way hard. I way overstudied. I'm like pouring hours into, you know, remembering who did what at what time, you know, and it's like they're just asking you super fucking basic ass questions, you know, like you'd have to be fresh off the boat from Somalia and do no studying to fail that test. Yeah, Clutch Cargo. So I'll be a dual citizen. And Trump is apparently fucking that up. There's some kind of the new fee I'm gonna have to pay or something. But it's interesting because he's also made renouncing your citizenship cheaper. Yeah, they actually charge you to renounce your citizenship. So, you know, I got my blind child and I need to move back to the United States because the only proper schools and the only proper experts for my child's extremely specific ailment is back in San Jose. The irony is so fucking deep because, like, I used to live in San Francisco. I used to, you know, my parents-in-law, my wife's parents there, they live in San Jose. So we leave the Bay Area, we buy a house in Canada, have a kid, and now an extremely rare, you know, disease is dragging my ass right back. I mean, right back. It's fucked up. I really don't want to go. I honestly don't want to go, but I honestly have no fucking choice. So I'm going to get my citizenship over here, have a solid plan B, maybe have a retirement plan if the fucking world, if the United States doesn't blow up in my face. Not that I can escape it completely, right? I'm not that naive. But I'm gonna get my citizenship and then I'm gonna move my ass back to fucking United States, man. It fucking sucks. But yeah, I'm gonna be a dual citizen, and then once everything is smoothed out with my son, and hopefully he'll be able to have a future on his own without my help. Crossing my fingers. I still don't know if this is if I'll be changing diapers, you know, for the rest of my life or not. I don't know that. Not really looking forward to that, quite frankly. But, you know, if things normalize somewhat with my son, I will be moving back to Canada if I can. And then once that happens, I will be renouncing, you know, my U.S. citizenship. You know, I was going to do it a lot sooner. If my son was totally healthy and normal and, you know, and that's what I'd be doing. I'd be renouncing the U.S. citizenship because I don't, you know, one of the main reasons why I left was to stop contributing to the military industrial complex of the United States. This is all well before Trump, by the way. These decisions were made. These decisions were made during Barack Obama's era. George Bush didn't help. But the goal was to stop paying U.S. taxes. You'll miss the Trump arch. Oh no, I get to see it. Oh no. I'll be mandated to go see it as a liberal. No, they're gonna throw ICE is gonna kidnap me, fucking take me right to the Trump. I'm gonna have to, you know, Kim Jong-un style, paint my face orange and bow to the emperor. But yeah, so that's what's going on with me. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm pretty stoked about that, you know, passed the test. It was like, you know, but that's why I wasn't here last weekend. So I'm 25 Hail Melanias in front of the Trump arch. Yeah, we're going to get to the Melania story. We got a lot of stuff to cover, and I have a hard out at 5, so I like literally have very little time. So we're gonna jump into it right away. Wanted to cover this completely insane story right off the bat while people are here coming in, but there's a civil war breaking out amongst chimpanzees in Uganda. Sorry. Welcome back, Banker, and all you lurkers out there. Anyone joining, deciding not to chat, welcome. But this is apparently hasn't happened in 50 years. Yeah, exactly. Clutch Cargo. I know it's maybe they, they probably got their own thing going on. There's probably zero connection whatsoever to what's happening in the world, but you never know, right? But apparently this is not unfounded. This, this like about 50 years ago, something like this happened. And but yeah, no, apparently 24 chimpanzees have been killed. And like, so if you want to see what a chimpanzee civil war looks like, then I assume this is because of a shortage of females, I assume, of mating, right? Because that's what it's always about. It's always about the dick. It's got to be about the dick. So I assume that's what this is about. I haven't actually read up on this, but I got this video here. This is what happened. What is this? Yeah, no, so this was the beginning of the Civil War. This is real footage, by the way. This is real footage. Ignore the bottom left.
No.
Yeah, this was the beginning. That's not even what an AK sounds like. The Wagner fucks are everywhere. Yep, so there you go. That's real footage. No, here's what it really looks like. I've been banned for showing swastikas while I was in a segment making fun of Nazis. I've been banned for threatening death on my enemies and also on Russians. I've been banned for showing corpses. Saying it like that, I kind of deserved it. So I gotta be a good boy. All right, but here's what a chimp civil war actually looks like. There's a chimp Abraham Lincoln Gettysburg Address rendering out right now somewhere. Exactly. Someone's plugged that into the AI. Incel chimp riot. You just got a human there holding the camera, and they don't even give a shit. No movement without a degree of rebellion, I assume is what you meant to say. Or no movement with a degree of rebellion. Yep, strategy. That's true. I was banned because of mentioning COVID on YouTube. Speaking about the misinformation that was coming out on COVID. Yeah, I remember that now. Good memory. Yeah, they shit canned me on YouTube for a little while because I was talking about COVID. And I was talking about the misinformation that was coming out about COVID, and they're like, they banned me for misinformation. But anyway, this is what a chimp civil war looks like. Pretty scary, quite frankly. It's scary when animals do this kind of shit, And they're organized, They got teams. They're coming in. Twenty-four dead chimps so far. But you got to let them do what they got to do. This is probably a natural reaction to not having enough pussy. Okay, as a person who happens to have a penis myself, I kind of get it. Not enough pussy to go around. Like, I don't know if that's true, by the way. I'm just literally making that up. I don't know what the reason is behind this, but anyway, chimp civil war. Maybe I'll have a follow-up tomorrow, but we got to talk about Hungary, and I want to give a big props to Marculus there for letting us know. Yeah, okay. I'll put this at the end, female eunuchs, if we have time for this. But once again, right-wingers talking about teenagers' fertility rates. These 80-year-old men talking about how fuckable teenagers are, or how fertile they are. Very much sounds like what I expected to be. Right, yeah, it kind of does, right, Banker? But no, so we got some big shit going down in Hungary. Big props to Marculus for reminding me. But Orban, one of Trump's favorite dictators in chief, might be finished. Of course, I'm sure he's trying everything that he can, just like Trump will, to subvert the democracy that's trying to depose him. But it looks like those efforts are failing. And by the way, if you don't know what Orban looks like, this is what he looks like. And I'm not allowed to make fun of this because I'm like 2 or 3 pizzas away from being this bad. I need to work out more. I've been drinking nutrients. I got my greens. I've been catching up, and I will be incorporating exercise eventually once I get enough ball sack to get the nerve. But I have a hard time making fun of Orban's gut because I'm like I said, I'm like, I'm a couple visits to Popeyes and pizzas away from looking just like this. But this is what that son of a bitch looks like. But anyway, let's get this. We got a from Channel 4 News. We got a 5-minute kind of summary of what's happening. Let's see what we can get here. Is it Channel 5? I'm sorry, Channel 4. Channel 4 News from the UK. Let's get an update here.
This is Donald Trump's favorite prime minister, a role model for populist right-wingers everywhere. Viktor Orban rose to power, promising to keep Hungary great, white and Christian. Over 16 years of power, he has molded the state in his image and practiced what he calls illiberal democracy, a weird contradiction as surreal as the concocted phobias with which he's won elections.
So, and like I always like to do, yeah, J.D. Vance went there, apparently hurt his poll numbers. J.D. Vance did not help his poll numbers. But as I always do, I like to remind you that every democracy has these useful idiots. They're usually older, but they're usually more rural, from the country, right? Drunkards, uneducated fools, and their offspring, right? I'm sure this is a father-son duo here, but usually older, stuck in their ways, intentionally ignorant. Every democracy has to deal with this. You can't have democracy without having a couple million, at least, gullible, useful idiots that any dictator can take advantage of. It's up to the people who actually care about democracy, because of course their goal is to dismantle democracy, install a dictator for life, install an authoritarian. They'll never be convinced that hurts them. Even like I mentioned this before, there were pro-Nazi Germans after World War II, sitting in the rubble of their bombed out town, the fucking Nazi regalia collapsing around them, their wives getting raped by Russians, and they're still Sieg Heilen, they're still hailing victory, they're still praising Hitler, right? So these people are the cost of freedom. These people are the cost of democracy. And it's up to the people that care about democracy to ensure that the system is robust enough, right? Because the system can't be fair unless, unfortunately, these people are given the right to vote. These people are given, the right to utilize free speech to a certain extent, right? With common sense, right? You can't be letting folks, call for violence, etc. But for the most part, they should be allowed to be as stupid as they want to be, and it's up to us to ensure that there's checks and balances and that there are people participating in the democracy, because these people only win when people stop participating in the democracy. That's when these people, because they always show up, that's the one thing that these dummies do consistently. Welcome back, Doubting Josephus. We get changed his name here. But they always show up. They always vote. They're very passionate about getting their authoritarian dictator, right? There's almost always a media apparatus funded by oligarchs normally that buttresses them and tells them that they're right and what they're doing is the right thing. So, you know, the reason why I bring this up is because I see a lot of liberals being like, we need to make this illegal. And it's like, you can't have a democracy, you can't have free speech while also making conservatism illegal. It's just something you have to fucking deal with. And it's up to us to make sure that our democratic systems are robust enough to handle these useful idiots that will always exist in every democracy.
A weird contradiction, as surreal as the concocted phobias with which he has won election after election and hopes to do so one more time.
Zelensky Vadim.
So the new hate figure in Orban's campaign is President Zelensky of Ukraine, and he just said, who do you want to have form the next government?
Right. So this actually might be very useful. I'm going to put this on the short list for next stream because this is probably very useful for how Trump is going to be stealing our election. I'm sure there's very similar things that are happening there. I'm going to put that in the documentary section, and I'm going to try to remind myself. I'm going to leave this at the end, but I don't have time to show it today, but I'm going to leave this at the end to queue it up as the first video I want to show next stream. Because like I said, I think this is it's going to be very informative. You know, all these techniques are the same. These dictators, these authoritarians, they use the same fucking techniques to subvert democracy. So I'm sure this is going to be very useful. And we, of course, need to talk about Donald Trump's election subversion. You know, that needs to be a big part of the topic there. So thank you for that link, Liddy Bros. Let's go back a little bit.
With which he has won election after election and hopes to do so one more time.
Right, so he's just straight up bribing him. Yeah.
So the new hate figure in Orban's campaign is President Zelensky of Ukraine, and he just said, who do you want to have form the next government in this country, Zelensky or me?
Hilarious.
Orban has come
hilarious. Like Zelensky gives a flying fuck about the, you know what I mean? Like he has any control over this government. Man, the lies.
As close as anyone to getting kicked out of the EU for alleged corruption, for being too close to Putin, for trampling on shared European values. But his faithful don't care.
Viktor Orban is perfect.
Yeah, but why is he perfect?
Is perfect. Is perfect. Oh, I shut the image down. Perfect. There's no convincing. It's cult-like behavior. This shit has always existed.
Why?
Yeah.
How do you say why?
Every time.
He's a good guy.
Why? He's a good guy.
Yeah.
But
Good
people say he's
guy.
very corrupt.
People stupid.
If you want to see the promise and the peril of Orban's rule, you could do worse than head to his hometown of Feldshut. For a backwater, this place has done rather well. There's
Great. Yeah, that's great news, Liddy, bro. That's great news.
the golf course owned by his father and run by his son-in-law. The brand new but unused railway funded by the hated EU. The restored Habsburg-era palace, also owned by Dad. Lucky Dad. And then the stunning new football stadium. Orban himself used to be a keen player. This is Viktor Orban's pride and joy. It would be perfect for the Premier League, and yet there are 3 times as many seats here as there are people living in this town. But a short ride.
It's just total rampant corruption. Builds himself a new palace. Criticizes the EU while letting the EU build a fucking railroad there. Bunch of business interests.
From here lives the other Hungary,
Sound
the
familiar?
one that scores bottom in almost every European indicator on prosperity and public health.
Vote
Ferenc
Orban.
is a 70-year-old farmer who knew Orban at school.
Nice to meet you, Ferenc.
Gyerekkora óta ismerem. Hát akkor
back,
eléggé
Simply
nagy
Steve.
szájú volt.
Victor Orban has this amazing
Bit of a big
palace
mouth.
here, and he's got the stadium and the golf course. Have you benefited in any way from this wealth?
Semmivel. Semmivel.
The rural vote used to lap up Orban's nationalist message and the fact that Hungary, a nation of barely 10 million, punches above its weight. Which other European prime minister has the US Vice President J.D. Vance headlining at an election rally? And with
Gotta
Donald
join the one
Trump
with the
calling
most
in.
bitches.
I love
obviously.
Hungary, and I love that Victor. I'll tell you, he's a fantastic man.
Vance accused the EU of interfering in Hungary's election, which is a bit rich.
He didn't allow
Back to the hate figure, Zelensky looking a bit rough next to Orban's nemesis, Peter Magyar, comfortably ahead in the polls. A politician who rose through the ranks of the ruling Fidesz party, Magyar broke away 2 years ago and
There's a
decided
guy
to
defending his
crisscross
country from
Hungary on
invasion.
foot. Like a svelte Pied Piper, he picked up followers with his message of making voters great again.
Ugh. Serenity now, man.
We went to his rally in the city of Győr. TISA stands for respect and freedom, and for an opposition movement only founded 2 years ago, its rise is remarkable.
Our country is dying.
It's dying,
I
really.
think dying. We need something changed, you know, and it will be better soon, I hope.
Mr. Magyar, work for the British press. Are you going to win this election, sir? Are you going to win?
Magyar by name and by nature is a nationalist who also dislikes immigration, but he's better at picking friends. Trump and Putin are out.
The inability for liberals to enunciate a proper alternative to right-wing dogma on immigration is really, really hurting our movement overall, just leftism overall. We really have to address asylum abuse. You know, like just pointing out that it's bigoted and racist is clearly not enough. We have to start enunciating and laying out proper policy, and it's got to be snappy enough for for the regular folks to pick it up, because it's far too easy to say, poor people who are usually brown from another country are taking away your stuff, and it works too well. And quite frankly, Whitey doesn't give a fuck about racism. You see any brown people here? You know what I mean? So this is really hurting the leftist movement across the fucking planet. You know what I mean? Like everywhere. We can't avoid this. We can't ignore this. We have to. We really do have to. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. We really do have to come more correct when it comes to immigration. Because like I said, like obviously it's the numbers are on our side. Immigrants, at least in the United States, they commit less crimes. They're industrious, hardworking, family loving. The lies are what they are. They're lies. But that still doesn't change the normie attitude towards immigration. And the left is really losing out on this. We're losing votes. We're losing support from people who are utterly convinced that their way of life, like the main hook of the Great Replacement theory is true. And, it's so easy to demagogue on that topic. And we, as a movement, as the left as a movement, has to be better on this. I don't know if I'm, able to, really, address that. It's a very difficult thing, because how do you talk about pro-immigration without seeming like, you are, letting a foreign country take over your country? Even it's just totally ridiculous, right? But we got to find the right language. But I do acknowledge that it's incredibly difficult. The Hungarians think people want to migrate and stay in Hungary. It works. It works, though. I mean, that's the thing, is that it really fucking works.
The EU is back in, and above all, he's a fresh face with plenty of energy.
Most vagy soha. És én azt javaslom, ha már itt állunk a győzelem kapujában, akkor lépjünk be rajta.
They've got these rallies down to an
The
art.
Hungarian election is tomorrow. Final polling shows anti-Orban voters leading nearly 2-1. Oh, wow. Zelensky really doing a number over there. Immigrate to your basement, enjoy your good refrigerated sandwiches. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, no, then that would be the Great Replacement theory. Oh, no. Tucker was right.
From the torches, the chants, the drones overhead, but above all, this is the canary in the mine about how to defeat right-wing populism, not just here in Europe, but across the world. If Orban wins again, what will you do?
I think I will leave the country.
Is there a future for you here?
The future with Fidesz?
Yeah.
No, if Fidesz wins, I'm going to move out from Hungary. I want to be a Euro.
Move where? Oh, I guess is Hungary part of the EU? Oh yeah, okay. So they can do that? Oh, that must be nice. They just leave the country. Yeah, go ahead and clip that Tucker was right. Send it over to TYT. I'd like to get a job now. You should see some of the AI ads that Orban is using. He's saying the EU would lead them into war of annihilation. Is that why they're building railroads in this country? God, that's so fucked up. I mean, he did get his face fucking caved in, but, you know, they just lie through it, you know. He couldn't be more beta. He couldn't be more cucked. He's over here on Twitter talking about, you know, having sex with women is gay. He's so clearly a closeted gay man who wants dick in his butt. He so clearly wants that. It's just so sad, dude, to see a guy who craves dick so much like Andrew Tate does. And he has to pretend like he likes pussy. And he so clearly doesn't.
Not a Russian.
Hungary showed the world how the populist right can win power and keep it. Perhaps it'll now show the world how it can lose power.
All right. It's a change, but it's not. It's okay. Symbolically getting rid of Orban is still a good thing, right? I would still be voting for this guy, even if he's alt-right, you know. But I don't know. You know, I don't know how true the alt-right comment from the chatter there was, but it's tough right now. The anti-immigration argument is very salient. It's very strong. Welcome back, female eunuchs. Thank you for all your links in the Discord. Let me take a look at this this AI ad from Orban here. I'm curious. Oh my God! Let me just see your goddamn website, please. So here we go. Here's an AI ad from Orban. No, I don't want notifications from your fucking website, actually. Okay, I'm trying to go full screen, and it's not letting me. You know, you want me to pay for this website? Your fucking basic functions don't even work. There we go. Let's take a look at this, you know, this AI-generated propaganda, pro-Orban propaganda. I'm curious. And, of course, white, child, girl, protect me, daddy, protect me from the scary brown people or from the scary Ukrainians. Common tactics. I mean, these are tactics that go back hundreds of years, folks.
Anya, when is daddy coming home? Where is he? When will I see
this
him
video,
again?
generated by AI, was published by supporters of Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban in the run-up to crucial elections on April 12th.
My husband.
It shows a Hungarian father supposedly forced to fight for Ukraine.
Against the mighty Russian army. Oh no. And why do they make the Russians wear like jackboot Nazi regalia? Why are they showing Russians in this way? Jeez. Oh, come on with this. This is supposed to be the Russian? Come on, man. Holy shit. Oh, the jackboot is EU? Oh, okay. Holy shit.
Executed.
Don't let outsiders decide the fate of Hungarian families. No, let a super hyper corrupt dictator who gets pulled around by the nose by outsiders, by the way. Exactly. Who gets fucking pulled around by the nose by Putin and by Trump. But don't let outsiders decide the fate of Hungary.
Oh, Daddy's dead, no!
A háború mindenkitől csak elvesz. Ne kockáztassunk. A Fidesz a biztos választás.
The message is aimed at this.
Right. Interesting. Very interesting stuff. Thank you for that link. I don't have time to show the whole thing. I gotta move on here. But you know, it looks like the polls. It looks like if democracy is allowed to function properly, it looks like Orban will lose. What does that actually mean for the future of Hungary? I'm not sure. But if he's pro EU and he's pro helping out Zelensky, I guess it's a step in the right direction, right? We got to start tearing down these little monuments that they build for themselves too, right? Like maybe tear down that stadium, maybe turn that golf course into some farmland. You know what I mean? That's the same talk that got Europe into World War I. Yeah, pretty similar stuff. Yeah. Eastern European center-right party leaders was still very much right-wing since the European far-right moved the goalpost so much. Yeah, that's a good point, Banker. That's a good point. All right, so let's talk about Iran. We got to get our Iran catch-up here. And this very serious video that is not a comedy video in any shape or form kind of sums it up perfectly what's been happening the last couple weeks when it comes to Iran. So let's go ahead and watch this.
All right. I'm not sure why we're all still having trouble with this. Let's try it again from the top. This is a victory for the U.S.
Right.
Because our goal from day one was for Iran to open the strait that didn't close till after we attacked, which was completely controlled by their military we had total dominance over.
That's
and
right.
it was a waterway that we could have taken over, but instead asked for help that we didn't need.
That's
but
right.
we'll remember that our allies did not give us. All because of the negotiating power of a FIFA Peace Prize recipient's threat to annihilate a civilization in order to liberate them from a regime that changed, which was not our goal, but we will take credit for, from an old man who hates us to his younger son who hates us for those reasons, and that we killed his father. And while it is not clear the status of Iran's nuclear capabilities that we obliterated last year, but were going to be a problem in 2 weeks, one thing is for sure. They now have more money and control of the strait than they had when they made the old deal that we ended because it was terrible. Now,
all this is totally 100% true, by the way. There's not a single lie been said.
Now, I think that is enough about authoritarian propagandistic regimes. Does anybody have any questions about the Trump Library golden statue?
And this is real. This is proposed. This is the statue that they want to put in the Trump Library. We talked about this. This is a rendering. They haven't done it yet. But yeah, nailed it. Every single bit of that is totally true. Just one more time. I hate to do this to you, but just one more time.
All right. I'm not sure why we're all still having trouble with this. Let's try it again from
this is a correct timeline of events.
top. This is a victory for the U.S. because our goal from day one was for Iran to open the strait that didn't close till after we attacked, which was completely controlled by their military we had total dominance over. And it was a waterway that we could have taken over, but instead asked for help that we didn't need, but we'll remember that our allies did not give us. All because of the negotiating power of a FIFA Peace Prize recipient's threat to annihilate a civilization in order to liberate them from a regime that changed, which was not our goal, but we will take credit for, from an old man who hates us to his younger son who hates us for those reasons, and that we killed his father. And while it is,
and I think his kids too, some of his kids died in that bombing. I mean, there's, you know, we're not coming back from this.
Not clear the status of Iran's nuclear capabilities that we obliterated last year, but were going to be a problem in 2 weeks. One thing is for sure. They now have more money and control of the strait than they had when they made the old deal that we ended because it was terrible. Now, I think that is enough about authoritarian propagandistic regime.
Nailed it. Yeah, and then he talks about the statue here. But no, I mean, that's literally it. I mean, make sure you're checking this guy out, DVD Colombo on TikTok, or is this Instagram? I don't know which one is this. This is Instagram. Make sure you're checking out DVD Colombo here, folks. If you have Instagram, I don't. But if you do, check out DVD Colombo. Totally nailed it. That's a perfect summary of what's happening here. And Factually Active is totally correct as well. The hypocrisy, the contradictions, the lies, it's a feature. It's not a bug. And it is also a result of their incompetence, but it also, you know, because of the flood the zone tactic, it does work. It does absolutely work. Is 2 p.m. too late? It's never too late for breakfast. 1 a.m. is never, eat breakfast all day, man. Time is void on the internet. Exactly. It's breakfast somewhere. Eat up, baby. Trump desperately wants to cut and run. I mean, he does. He wants it, but the situation with Iran, it's on, if he leaves it, it's the strait will be changed forever because now they're charging tolls, to make up for the incredible amount of damage. And Israel, of course, doesn't want to stop. So after Trump agreed to the 10-point plan and was clowned on the internet for giving Iran everything that they wanted, this is what, the next day he gets his propaganda tart to come out here and say this.
Originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage.
Right. So gas prices, grocery prices, they closed the strait immediately. Israel, of course, attacked Lebanon immediately within minutes of the supposed ceasefire. Immediately, of course, and they're like, oh, Lebanon wasn't part of the ceasefire, and Iran was like, yes, it was. Yes, the fuck it was. So they closed it immediately. They only let like 2 ships through. And by the way, it takes like 30 days for these ships to actually reach their destinations. So the initial price shocks that we're seeing are not even a result of the shortage yet. The experts are saying that the shortages are actually going to hit next week. The actual shortages, and then the real price hikes are going to come. Like the price hikes that we're seeing now are just preemptive price gouging to take advantage of the situation. Next week is when they actually have to raise the prices to reflect the reality of the situation. And then even if he opens up everything, it's going to take at least 30 days for those price shocks to normalize. But on top of that, now Iran is charging millions of dollars per ship. I think some are saying $2 million per ship just to pass through the strait. And of course, it was already the margins were already very tight as it is. And so that's all coming out of your pocket. Paulika, I despise that question. You don't know that. You're new here. I absolutely hate that fucking question. I'm a democratic socialist. So figure it out. Figure it out from there. Figure it out from there.
By President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the president's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimating Iran with each passing hour.
Right, so they keep thinking that these threats are going to work. The fact is that you could turn Iran into Gaza. Yeah, I know, Paulika, but here's from my perspective, this is what it sounds like. Hey, is this a safe space for me? I don't want to be here unless this is a safe space. And I get it if you're a left winger and you see the beard, you think I'm a fucking right wing asshole and you don't want to deal with that. I get that. But from my perspective, it sounds like a pussy who wants their safe space. Okay? But I get it. Yeah, you're not a mind reader. I get it.
The regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the president and his team.
No, you don't have to be careful, but just expect to be called out if you're trying to spread bullshit. That's what factually active means. Just be an honest actor. You can be conservative if you just admit that you support a fascist dictator, okay? And then you could stick around a little longer, right?
President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal.
And of course, the 15-point proposal, totally untenable. Give up all your weapons. Let people through the strait. Give Israel everything. Give the United States everything. It's totally bullshit. You support Donald Trump and you claim to be center. You support a fascist dictator and you want to claim that your politics are center. A man who rapes children, a man who steals from the American public, a man who sends ICE after American citizens to murder them in the streets. That's not center. You're a right-winger, and you're ashamed of yourself. Okay? Just get the fuck out of here before I have to give you the fucking boot. Just fucking go. Just fucking go. I'm open to all sides, but Zeke Heil, I support Donald Trump. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. That's not center politics. Are you going to deny the Epstein stuff? Are you going to deny that ICE is a fucking threat to democracy? Are you going to deny that Donald Trump is stealing the fucking elections? Yes, yes, and yes, right? Oh, it's all fake news. It's all fake news, right? No, it's not true. It's not true. Right? The dozens of fucking Epstein victims coming out, pointing out all of his fucking crimes. Oh, that's not true. That's not true. Don't come in here and say you fucking support Donald Trump. Try to say that's center, okay? Admit that you're a motherfucking right-winger. Bullshit. And it's like, it's so telling that you say, I support the current president, but I'm center. That means you're fucking ashamed of yourself. That means you're fucking ashamed of yourself and your fucking beliefs. You're pathetic. It's all fake news. It's all fake news. The dozens of victims that have come out to make statements, all the documents, all the emails. It's all fake news. I still support a pedophile. I still support a fascist authoritarian. He's stealing the motherfucking elections. I'm just asking questions. You're just a piece of shit. Fucking embarrassing.
The president's red lines, namely the end of Iranian...
This is your fucking side. Constant fucking lies. Constant. Unbelievable stream of fucking lies. More brazen than the next. More insane than the next. You're fucking fat pedophile dictator on Twitter every fucking day, making a fucking laughing stock of our country. And you're over here popping the Sieg Heils. Fuck you. And it's always the conservatives, isn't it? It's always the motherfucking conservatives that come in here. Is this a safe space? Is this a safe space for me? I just want to know if this is a right-wing safe space so I can express my love for dictators. I'm just asking questions. I just support a pedophile fascist. I'm just asking questions. You're fucking pathetic.
Enrichment in a...
See, exactly. Why is he a pedophile? I just went over it. The emails, the testimonies. You're a time-wasting piece of fucking trash. Now get the fuck out of here before I say something that'll give you the ability to weaponize the reporting feature and get me banned. You fucking trash pile. Go. I don't pay attention to politics. I just hop around to different leftist politics streams trying to get them banned. You need to do me a favor and shut the fuck up. I'm not having a debate with a fucking right-winger that claims ignorance. All right, over to the dunce corner with you. Dunce corner time. You're never coming back anyway. 10 minutes, you're gone. I just want to have an honest debate about stuff that I'm not paying attention to. I'm just here to learn, but I'm going to contradict and disagree with everything that you say from the right-wing angle, but I'm not paying attention. I'm so dumb. I'm just asking questions. Fucking just get the... You know what I'm saying? I'm not buying this shit. It's fucking manipulation. And what's the whole goal? And I'm doing it right now. It's to waste our fucking time, to slow us the fuck down, to further divide and conquer us, get us bogged down in endless, meaningless debates about what is happening right in fucking front of us. What's an Epstein file? Oh, gee, ooh, woo. I don't look things up, but I'm gonna argue in favor of them. They're never coming back. 10-minute timeout, they're fucking gone forever. Because the whole point is to inject doubt and waste time. And if they're not allowed to do that, they move on to the next thing. I'm just a center. I'm just comfortably in the center, just like my favorite podcaster, Joe Rogan. Anyway, this lying fucking bitch over here continues with the fucking lies about Iran.
Our own 15-point proposal. The president's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment in Iran, have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. The president will only make a deal that serves in the best interests of the United States of America.
Yeah, well, newsflash, it's too fucking late. That's what Barack Obama did. That's what Barack Obama did. And Donald Trump, and he still proclaims proudly, gets in front of the microphone, I killed Barack Obama's bullshit, man. You wouldn't believe it. We had a deal with Iran to check their weapons, to check their nuclear weapons, and it was all good. And we were, removing any excuse that Iran had to threaten people. It was a great stepping stone in creating peace in the Middle East, and I annihilated it because it was one of Barack Obama's victories. He brags about it. The terrible Iran deal. The terrible Iran deal.
Bitch. I'm Donald Trump reminding you to fuck yourself.
That's what he told Americans. Then he bombs their nuclear facilities. Gets away with it, quite frankly. And then he lets Israel do a fucking hit, do an assassination, a decapitation attack that didn't do jack shit. Right? The Ayatollah, same dude. Same regime, same guy, same last name. They're over here talking about the Shah, the son of the fucking Shah, to take over. It's a fucking joke. And in the United States over here, the propaganda Barbie over here, fronting, pretending like they're still in control of any of this. And it's literally the exact opposite. Never has the United States been so out of the loop, out of control in the Middle East. We can't even, it's being shown that we can't even flex our military muscle, and like even a nuke. We would have to drop like a dozen nukes all over the country to truly destabilize the IRGC at that level. We're talking about, we got troops waiting, what was like 50,000 troops or something like that. Waiting. It would take, do you understand we had over 200,000 troops in Iraq? I don't even know how many in Afghanistan. We had hundreds of thousands of troops in Iraq and Afghanistan, and we weren't able to lock any of that down. It was whack-a-mole the entire time until we left in shame, and lost to the fucking Taliban. So we're talking about, a multi-trillion-dollar occupation. 1 million troops wouldn't even fucking do it. And really the only solution that Donald Trump could see is capitulating or nuking. And what direction does Israel want United States to go? Israel, who has literally compromised on Donald Trump, literally videos of him getting handies and beaches from fucking children, 14, at least 14. They got the fucking videos. Jeffrey Epstein was a fucking, honeypot factory. Sent all that shit to Israel way before the FBI was able to cover it up. Right? FBI was there day one when Jeffrey Epstein, KYS'd. And all that stuff was in Israel's servers. It was in Israel's vaults way before the United States was able to scoop up any of that shit. That's what we're fucking dealing with here. And it's laughable. We're in total control. We're in total control. You better watch out. You better do what we say or we're going to kill more people. No one's buying it.
And he as a negotiating team will focus on this effort.
Yeah, thank you for that correction, Crail. Yeah, Epstein did not KYS.
Over the next 2 weeks, so long as the Strait of Hormuz remains open with no limitations or delays.
Right. What'd she say at the end there?
The president will only make a deal that serves in the best interests of the United States of America.
Right. Look at the fucking prices and tell me if that's true. Look at the fucking prices and tell me if that shit's true.
And he as a negotiating team will focus on this effort over the next 2 weeks, so long as the Strait of Hormuz
Another
remains
2 weeks.
open with
2
no
weeks.
limitations or delays.
Give me 2 weeks. What did Melania say? Oh shit. Give me 2 more weeks. There you go. There's your Iran update. So now let's get into the right-wing civil war. We got multiple angles here. And it's not like the IRGC is some impossible, military force. I agree that they're quote unquote no joke, but is the United States technically more powerful than the IRGC? Of course. But it's not about that. It's not about who's technically more powerful, because technically Iran's military has been decimated. Navy obliterated, Air Force obliterated, bases getting blown up on the daily. Okay? It's the technology that changes everything. You don't need a massive multi-million-dollar delivery system to harass these incredibly vulnerable tankers on the strait. You just need a team of like 3 dudes to pop out of an underground bunker somewhere, and they got them all over the place because they've been prepping for this for fucking literally decades. Iran. No, the threat of Western invasion and destruction has been a reality in Iran for fucking decades. They got underground tunnels everywhere, just in time for drone technology to completely change the entire reality of the battlefield. So you just need 3 fucking dudes to pop out of a hole somewhere, throw a fucking drone in the air that pinpoint hits its target, almost guaranteed. These tankers don't have any defenses whatsoever, no ability, and are incredibly vulnerable. They might as well be made out of tissue paper. Okay? No defenses whatsoever. Even if you had naval escorts across the thing, you still have to deal with mines. You still have even our naval even our Navy isn't able to shoot down every one of these drones. And they have thousands, probably hundreds of thousands. They've been supplying a shitload of them to Russia. Battle-tested modern military technology that's cheap as shit. Costs us $1 million. A fucking missile that takes us 3 months to build and $1 million to do it. To shoot down one $30,000 drone that they have thousands of and we have hundreds of. That's the reality of the fucking situation. So the IRGC doesn't need to be anybody. It could be just any schmucks whatsoever. It could be fucking, it could be Hamas over there. And Donald Trump, Bibi Netanyahu told him, it's going to be so easy. Come on in, bop, bop, bop. We're going to decapitate. Iranian people are going to take over. And he's such a fucking moron. He's such a fucking idiot. Head filled with memories of the Jeffrey Epstein days. He's got no fucking idea what the hell he's doing. George Bush wasn't stupid enough. Barack Obama wasn't stupid enough. Joe Biden wasn't I'm a proud Zionist. Joe Biden wasn't stupid enough to do this. Why? Because of this reality. And that was before the drones. That was before the drone technology had become cheap and battle tested. Now with the drone stuff, the whole calculation changes even further against the United States, against the West. He doesn't care. Whatever, you got the tapes on me, and at the Adelsons over here funding my campaigns, letting Jared Kushner pretend that he's a smart diplomat. It's never been, and this is why we're going to get an invasion in Taiwan, folks. It's never been a better time to check America's power. We've never been more vulnerable. We've never been less prepared to handle the realpolitik. We've never been less able to handle the real deal Holyfield, the geopolitical reality. of the situation. Look who's in fucking charge. Pete Hegseth. Amen. We're going to bomb them into oblivion. Amen. Almost literally. Last speech I saw, that's how he ended. He ended his fucking speech like a pastor doing a sermon. In the name of God, amen. Has no idea what the fucking reality is. Anyway. And what's the result? We're the petrodollar. Okay? Russia might be able to, take over Ukraine. China might take over Taiwan. We'll be paying more for anything that has to do with oil, and it's not just oil products. It's shit that's shipped to the places that your food, your toys, your electronics. Fucking MRIs getting more expensive. Pharmaceuticals more expensive. Helium and the base chemical materials that create our pharmaceuticals all go through the fucking strait. Anyway. Yeah, not happening, Krail. Absolutely not happening. We're going to get to that if I have time. I'm already running low. But let's talk about this MAGA civil war. I want to talk about it because you got TYT over here. It's interesting, the different perspectives, and I want to show you some different perspectives here. Because you got TYT going, oh, see what I mean? You got Cenk Uygur over here. See what I mean? Why do I have Kick even going? I'm going to turn Kick off. Because I go there and my shit's still getting doxxed. I'm just turning this off. My shit's still getting doxxed. The only thing that having Kick on does is interrupt and spam my chat with a bunch of bot messages. There's no. I was looking today before I started the stream. I can't find a place to send a support email to say, hey, do you know my channel's getting doxxed or something? Is there anything you can fucking do about it? Oh, well, you're a left-winger, so fuck you. Only right-wing gambling and feed streams are allowed on our platform. Anyway, I just turned Kick off. But I wanted to talk about this right-wing civil war. And if you don't know what's going on, Tucker Carlson, Pim Tool, couple other, prominent right-wing media figures, Alex Jones, coming out and finally criticizing Donald Trump. Oh, this is too much, says Tim Pool. Oh, this is too much. I just can't take it anymore. Alex Jones in literal tears, crying on camera. Oh, I love Trump so much, but I love the old Trump. The new Trump, he's not good. I guess the people that were telling me I was supporting him for too long are right. Well, go ahead and take your victory lap. Anyway, let me continue to support all the right-wing shit. All these fucking assholes that are going to, immediately start supporting DeSantis or Tucker Carlson or whomever is the next right winger, that is takes over this whole boondoggle. They don't want to drop the politics. They don't want to admit they're wrong. They don't want to say that the left wing has been right the entire fucking time. They don't, none of that. No, we can't say that. No, Alex Jones over here still calling us demonic. While he cries over the fact that he has to stop supporting a pedophile. Oh, praise God, I just wanted to support the pedophile. Right? So they'll never fucking learn. And so that's what's going on with the right wing right now, the right wing media figures, but not the right wing supporters. Not according to the polls. Right wing support of Donald Trump hasn't changed much. A couple of the fair weather political idiots are jumping ship. All the independents have jumped ship. But that 30%-ish MAGA Republican base, right? The people I was showing you at Orban's speech there, they haven't changed their fucking mind at all. And that's Cenk Uygur's core argument. That you know, oh, well, look, all these media figures who, by the way, half of them are cashing checks from foreign countries. Tucker Carlson, Pim Tool. Who knows what's going on with Alex Jones's financial situation? I don't think he's cashing checks from foreign countries, but he's probably tempted to. We know Tim Pool took money. We know Tucker Carlson takes money from fucking Russia. So they're jumping ship because it's their fucking dollars, right? Who knows what's going on with Kelly, what the fuck her name is. So they're jumping ship because of their pocketbook. Their actual, the viewers, the actual Republicans, they're not jumping ship. And I got polls to show it. But I wanted to show you these different perspectives here and call out, once again, call out TYT. Cenk Uygur, utterly convinced that he's going to get these right-wingers on his side. He's going to be utterly shocked when when he's finally kicked the fucking bucket and all these, you know, these so-called, you know, these Republicans who, you know, he thinks they're going to have a come to Jesus moment. This motherfucker thinks these Republicans are going to start voting left-wing, start voting Democrat. And if he doesn't think that, if he wants to comp out, then why the fuck are you wasting so much fucking time on this shit? He's not talking about the left wing anymore. He ignores the left wing. I bet you when he's away from the camera, he says we're too woke. So that's what Cenk Uygur thinks. And he's putting all his time, all his eggs in the Tucker Carlson basket. Meanwhile, Tucker Carlson getting in front of conservative audiences and repeating great replacement theory propaganda proudly. And it's like, just because Tucker Carlson is a broken clock on Palestine, Cenk Uygur wants to forgive him for all the other shit, wants to forgive him for his ties to Russia, wants to forgive him for his consistent right-wing politics. I mean, you got Tucker Carlson over here still saying, oh, I really like Trump still. I really like Trump. He's the best, but we got to drop support for him. He's utterly pathetic, and Cenk Uygur's got his fucking back. It's sad. It's fucking sad. So we're going to show you these different perspectives, and we're going to start with TYT, then we're going to do Kyle, then we're going to do Majority Report, and you'll see the spectrum and how wrong TYT is. I mean, they really got to fucking... Yeah, no, factually, if you're not paying attention to what's going on with TYT, Anna and Cenk, they got Tucker Carlson's fucking back. Let's watch.
Be impressed, I hope. Will not let you down. You will be very, very impressed, I hope.
President Trump, you promised to never let me down. But now you've let yourself and America down. Thank you so much for delineating that I'm not with you, a sinking, burning ship. The left attacks me and says, oh, you admit he was bad the whole time. You made a mistake. No, we got a lot of good done with him. I'm proud of the fact I went through.
A lot of good done with Donald Trump. Huh? A lot of good done. His entire fucking empire is, he's just a couple months away from losing InfoWars. I'm pretty sure these are some of his final streams on InfoWars. A lot of good done. We scared a lot of brown people. We frightened a lot of children. Killed a lot of American citizens. Completely dismantled our justice system. Destroying our electoral system. Got a lot of good done with him. A lot of good stuff done. Not even for him. Not even for him. They'll never fucking learn.
I'll support Trump. But I have integrity, and I will now stand against this new Trump, who by the day becomes more demonic, more twisted, and more sick.
Heartbreaking. Yesterday, Donald Trump, alas, signed the divorce papers between himself and conservative media figures. You know, the ones that helped get him elected, folks like Alex Jones and Megyn Kelly.
Simply Steve, you notice how he hasn't come back after his 10-minute ban? Notice how he hasn't come back? That right-winger that was just asking questions? It's manipulation. It's fucking manipulated. It has nothing to do with an open debate. He's probably very informed on Epstein. And if I had wasted my time, we could have seen that, right? Because he would have been, I heard this, I heard that. Oh, I heard this piece of propaganda. I heard that. Oh, wow, you seem to actually know a lot about this. You seem to be following up on this quite closely. I mean, no, I'm just a dummy. I don't know. I'm just trying to have an honest debate.
and Tucker Carlson. And as much as Trump wanted this to hurt him, apparently they're doing just fine. And they have no problem with what he's doing. They're going, hey, we'll actually see you later. So, Cenk, what is your reaction to this out of the gate?
Yeah, this has gone thermonuclear.
Why? Because it's a cult. You have to admit you're wrong. These are people that are literally incapable of doing that. And if you lived in the poor rural areas where you know Trump land, you would know what you're dealing with. Alcoholics, religious zealots, functionally dumb people. Like we're talking about, like literally something wrong with their head. God bless their heart, right? But they got something fucked up. So we're talking about individuals with egos that simply can't handle what the necessary, you know, they simply are incapable of admitting that they're wrong. So they double down. They just go forward with it. And then, of course, you know, couple that with all the propaganda that says, you know, it's fake news. You're being lied to. The deep state, all this bullshit.
What is your reaction to this out of the gate?
Yeah, this has gone thermonuclear. I mean, Elliott's going to show you Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tim Pool. Showed you.
And this poor dum-dum, what can I say about Cenk Uygur at this point? Thinks he can change their fucking minds. Their alcohol-rattled fucking brains. Thinks he can change these sister fuckers. Right? And it's like they're not going to change. The best we can get from them is them disengaging from politics. That's the best that we can get, is them, because like you know, Trump engaged a lot of these people, and without Trump, you know, a lot of them are going to back off, right? They weren't interested in Jeb Bush. They weren't interested in Jeb Bush. They weren't interested in the GOP. They weren't interested in the Bush family. They weren't interested in Romney, but they were interested in Trump because he sounded like them. You know, he lies to them in a way that appeals to them.
Benny Johnson earlier. I mean, Trump is taking on the entire right-wing broadcasting industry that's online, at least. And so let's hear the facts of the death match, and then we'll talk about who's going to win.
Yeah, pop your popcorn. So in a very long-winded rant yesterday, Trump took aim specifically at Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones.
I notice how TYT has this new guy. They're putting the other Jordan, the pro-Palestinian Jordan, who doesn't like Tucker Carlson. I haven't seen him as much on TYT. They got this new guy up there. I don't know who this guy is.
It's Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly. So we already gave you Tucker Carlson's reaction, but the others on that list and other prominent MAGA figures, some of whom wear beanies, have also responded, and not positively at all. So Candace Owens posted on X, it may be time to put grandpa up in a home.
Maybe. We're still hedging. I guarantee you half of these people, or maybe even all of them, will be Trump is great, right wing is great, Trump is great when we get closer to the midterms. I guarantee it.
Uh-oh. Now, Alex Jones seemed to be a bit more heartbroken, but was more so sad at the nosedive Trump has taken. It seems to be a common theme in MAGA right now, especially since the start of his second term.
Well, President Trump came out on Truth Social and attacked myself and all the original MAGA supporters today. And I'm just so sad that whatever's happened to him has totally changed the man he once was, because he did so much good.
Oh, yeah.
I supported the old Trump.
So much good. I supported the old Trump. I supported the pedophile who was sending ICE after Americans. I supported the dismantling our soft power across the world and destroying U.S. and letting oligarchs come in and destroy our USAID so that millions of people in other countries starve. So much good. So much good.
They got so many good things done. But at the end of the day, I just feel sorry.
No, and I love, you know, I would love to ask him, what good things? What are you talking about? Because the immigration good. Even though Joe Biden's deported more people than Trump. Well, immigration good. Oh, I'm so sad. Oh, no, my fascist in chief. Oh, no, he's clearly an idiot. Oh, I can't hide it. I can't cover this up anymore.
For him and pray that God touch his heart and soul and free him from the demonic influences that he's under. Was I somewhat naive? Did I defend Trump too long? He did so much good? Yeah, I did. Are people that, set out to defend him too long, are they right? Yeah, it looks like they are. Fine, do a victory lap. But I did it from a place.
Fine, do a victory lap, and I'm not going to change my mind on anything. I'm not going to change my mind. I'm going to still support this totally. I just want a different figurehead. I just want a different guy that doesn't poop his pants and make a fool out of all of us. But I love the fascism.
I believe he was the lesser of two evils. And I guess at the end of the day, Justice would have been worse. There's no such thing as lesser of two evils. So I took the establishment attacking him as the sign I should support him. I took myself being attacked for supporting him as a sign I should support him. And now it's certainly clear that this new Donald Trump is somebody.
Now that it's affected me, now that he's attacking me directly, I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm such a smart political person. I'm following this closely.
Should support, and I'm not. So I'm energetically opposing him. I'm calling for
energetically opposing him. Well, you got one testicle in your fucking mouth. I love Trump.
Fifth Amendment if he continues to call for nuclear war and genocide.
Oh yeah, like he
I
gives
think there's a lesser of two evils. I do think that still exists. Now, Megyn Kelly.
He supported the bombing of the boats. He supports the killing of Americans. He supports the genocide in fucking Gaza. He's fine with all that shit.
Who was also named in Trump's Truth Social post, hasn't responded publicly yet, but this post didn't just affect those who were named.
Exactly.
A lot of folks.
No, I mean that's the thing, Liddy, is that there isn't. It's about the money. It's about the fucking money.
Didn't like it. The headquarters X account posted multiple screenshots from Trump's followers on Truth Social, and they were not having it. What? You're way out of line here. Most of these people, especially Alex Jones, have been your day one.
And this is a reflection. And by the way, they don't show the polls that I'm going to show you from CNN. They avoid all that stuff. They were so desperate last time I was covering it 2 weeks ago. TYT had to run their own fucking poll to try and get. To try and show some proof that right-wingers are coming along, right? So what do they show? A bunch of fucking, the right-wing scaremongers who make money off of negative engagement on Twitter as proof that the right-wing are coming along. Your average right-winger isn't on fucking Twitter. They're not on social media, a good chunk of these folks.
You need to step back and take a good hard look at who's whispering in your ear. Get back to America first. Personally put up years of abuse. And then you have Trump just going against everyone that fought for him to win. Sleepy says, clearly you're insane. Time to resign, Donald, or face the 25th. You're mentally and emotionally unfit to be POTUS. Could have told you that. Quirkham says, Trumpy is mad.
The 25th is even harder to do than impeachment because you would have to get 2/3 of the Republican Party currently sitting to agree to it. It's a joke. It's a joke. And TYT over here selling, 25th Amendment T-shirts. It's a total fucking joke. It's not even close to being a reality.
People who believed and spread his campaign lies don't believe him anymore. What a deranged lunatic. And the gray area says, so we can only listen to Mark Levin for news. These people helped you get you elected. You are actively alienating your base every day. This is sad. And finally, the pot calling the kettle black. Hilarious. Sounds like a fifth grader. Donald Trump is a loser. Everybody knows it. Total psychopath. Low IQ, the lowest. Everyone knows it. I actually do.
Right. So this is supposed to be a reflection of your average Republican in rural America, the 33% that still back him up, right? No.
Agree with all that. He's so insecure he has to battle, belittle his critics. What an embarrassment to the United States. Someone get this man on meds immediately. So while she wasn't named in the post, former Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has become another recent enemy of Trump, wrote, President Trump has gone mad as he wages war against Iran, a broken campaign.
This fucking grifter, after getting hers, after securing her fucking paycheck, gets criticized by Donald Trump and, tries to do a re-election that Donald Trump scuttles. Now she comes out and says the truth. And TYT over here, look, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Marjorie Taylor Greene, why don't you just hire the bitch? Huh? I'm sorry, I can't say that. I know I can't say that. But why don't you just hire her at this point? And that's what she fucking wants. That's what she's trying to get a job on, one of these right-wing network, Megyn Kelly or something. That was who I was thinking of, right? She's trying to get a job with, as the new Megyn Kelly, as the new Candace Owens. That's what she's fucking doing. After she secures her fucking paycheck, Donald Trump tosses her aside because of the Epstein files. And I believe that, you know, she has some experience or something being victimized or something, and that's why she wasn't rah, rah, rah. I defend Donald Trump on the Epstein stuff. If you notice, a lot of the women Republicans who are in power are not pro-Epstein because it's a bridge too far even for them to lie through this. The guys, they're like, oh, yeah, boys will be boys. You got to fuck a 14-year-old, right? But the women who have had to experience being a young girl, right, being ogled at 14, it's just too much for them, right? So because she was pro-Epstein file release, Donald Trump scuttles her reelection. She quits like 2 days after she secures her permanent paycheck, for being a member of Congress. Which, why the fuck are we doing that, by the way? Americans don't get that shit. You know, talk about cost savings, man. I'd be cutting that shit right off. Right? So she secures her fucking bag, and now she's trying to get a media job. She's trying to get some kind of fucking media job. And but now TYT is constantly. You can't go 5 seconds without TYT bringing up Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Campaign promise. I fought alongside Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones to help get Trump elected. And now he goes off on a rambling rant attacking all of us in one post. We never changed. Trump did. America first. Gee, I do wonder why he changed. But probably one of the more shocking reactions was from.
I definitely think there's a chance Tucker will run. Right now, it's unpredictable. We got to see what happens until the big guy is officially out of politics, one way or the other.
None other than Tim Pool.
That's it.
That does it. I am done. That was the last straw.
Angry.
I'm so angry.
I mean, he literally has done this like 6 times already. I gotta say this, man. Tim Pool is a fucking joke. Intellectually, politically, the guy is such a clear propagandist. He's so inelegant about it, too. He literally said, we're the boot. Oh, you call me a bootlicker, but I'm the boot. I mean, R.M. Brown calls him like, it compares him to like a child doing politics, and that's the perfect comparison. You know, if you are listening to Tim Pool, man, I mean, that says everything about you. It really does. It's like, I am going to judge you totally and completely. If you're like, I like that Tim Pool. I think he's got some good points. He's never had a good point in his life. Never.
I don't really know if he read it exactly like that, but I like to think he did. So Tim Pool is upset, and when Tim Pool is upset, everybody listens. So, Cenk, what do you make of all of this?
Yeah, so if you've lost Tim Pool, you've probably lost your whole base.
Wrong. Absolutely fucking wrong. You think the base is tuning into Tim Pool? Why? Because he's got a couple 100,000 bots watching his shit? Oh, if you lost Tim Pool, you lost the base. That's the calculation here. Bro, and then watch this underhanded insult at your boy Kyle. Watch this.
You've probably lost your whole base. But on TV, I hear he hasn't lost a single voter.
So that's a reference to CNN.
Hey, look at all those guys. Those are MAGA of MAGA, right?
He's like media brained. He's utterly convinced that the entire base, like all these guys are the Pied Piper for the entire base, and like they're not. They're simply not. A lot of their viewership is botted, and they tune you out the moment you're saying stuff that you disagree with, that they disagree with. I mean, right? Unless you're doing a Mark Levin, or you're doing a Sean Hannity, where it's like praise Trump, praise Trump. They're turning your ass right off. Half of them don't even know how to use a fucking computer.
And it's ranging from like leaning right to like off the cliff right, right? So now Alex Jones is calling him demonic. Tucker Carlson saying he's a slave. So, I mean, this is as over the top as it gets.
Well, it must mean the whole base is like this.
And so media, in my opinion, determines everything. And so,
I mean, there it is right there, folks. Media, in my opinion, determines everything. It's just not the case. It's just not the fucking case.
The media, in my opinion, determines everything. And so I think Donald Trump is in a gigantic trouble. I know that, again, there's people who believe that he hasn't lost anybody. And
right there, there's the Kyle slander right there.
I know that, again, there's people who believe that he hasn't lost anybody. And it's mental. It's totally mental. So,
and Kyle doesn't make the argument that he hasn't lost anybody. Clearly, the independents have jumped ship. But there's that 30%. There's that 30% that will never fucking move. And that's just enough. That's if Donald Trump is able to artificially put his thumb on the scale, right? That's tens of millions of people. Okay? Tens of millions. In the entire population, that's quite small, especially, because we're talking about a minority of a minority here, the voting population, a minority of the voting population, right? But we're talking about tens of millions of people still.
This is going to pulverize his ratings because, Elliot, what kept his popularity from cratering past, now you've wavers between 33% and 40%, but I thought 33% was kind of almost an unbreakable barrier, but I think it's going to be broken, and I think he's going to get into the 20s because Democrats he'd lost from day one, and he's lost all the independents already.
I'm willing to cede that we might see 25 if the economy gets worse, which it will. And then only if we lose the petrodollar, right? Only if, tens of millions of people start becoming homeless will we see that number dip below 20.
With his maniacal actions, including the ones that voted for him, but now he's going to eat into his own base, which it seemed was impenetrable. But there, you just saw it with your own eyes. It has been penetrated. And he's the one who did it. He's the one who screwed them. And now, these guys, you think that all these guys on the right are just going to lay down and go, oh, okay. Look, to be fair, to sometimes.
But they don't know what to do. They're not going to become left-wing. They're not going to admit Kamala would have been better. Okay? There's no Bernie Sanders kind of, bridge for them to hop on. So they're just going to be kind of stuck in limbo, losing viewers as they criticize Trump, don't give anybody an alternative. Oh, I like the politics, but I don't like Trump. They're going to come back. They're viewer captured. That's the term. It's called viewer capture. When these talking heads whose, their business is dependent on them spreading the right kind of propaganda, they have to tell these people what they want to hear.
They have. A lot of times they have, right? But this is a bridge too far with them. I mean, they're talking about the 25th Amendment. I don't know if they're going to go to shoptyt.com and start buying this, but
please.
So that's our latest shirt. Maybe we'll get Republicans going to shoptyt.com more than Democrats now.
Does he actually believe this? Not the whole shop TYT bullshit, but does he actually believe that these Republicans are going to jump ship? The best we're going to get is them dropping out of politics. But they're never going to admit Kamala was right. They're never going to admit the left wing has been right the entire time. They're never going to admit Jeffrey Epstein, situation is real. I'm just asking questions. I don't know anything about it. And he's spending all of his time cheerleading characters like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, when he should be trying to create a stronger coalition amongst the left like he was doing during Occupy Wall Street. But no, he's spending all of his time trying to court the fucking right, trying to reach across the aisle.
But my God, his top broadcasters are saying Trump should get the 25th Amendment. This is as big a civil war within a party as I have ever.
For now. Like I said, they have no direction to go in. They're not going to go to the left. They're not going to admit that they're wrong. So they're just going to sit in a piss puddle criticizing Trump for a couple weeks, months. And then the midterms are going to come along, and it's going to be right back to rah, get your pom-poms out.
So I think the podcasters are going to win and Trump is going to lose. What do you think, Elliot?
Whatever. I don't give a fuck what Elliot has to say. So there you go. Now let's see what Kyle has to say about this shit. Let's see what a real one has to say about this shit. Someone who's way more consistent, way more on point. Facts and fucking figures to back his ass up. Let's see what Kyle has to say about this MAGA civil war.
Finally happened. As you all know, Alex Jones made a hard turn on Trump. And I think it had to do with the fact that, his business was just collapsing in on himself. It was totally untenable, right? Like there was this big split among MAGA pundits.
Yeah, maybe.
And
we will see that desperation, Liddy. We'll see something like, a MAGA tax break or something. We'll see something overt. Bribe, a straight up bribe of some sort for the MAGAs.
Had, the Candace Owens types, Tucker Carlson, fucking Megyn Kelly, Nick Fuentes. They're all like more Trump critical, or certainly critical of the Iran war, critical of Israel, right? But then you have the Laura Loomers and the Mark Levins and the Ben Shapiros, and they're not. And like Alex rode hard for Trump.
Factually accurate.
I mean, he was
But look, the fact is that our right-wing owned corporate media makes it that way. So why is independent media, like TYT, supposedly independent, why are they joining along with mainstream media in this narrative, right? Because we can never expect Tapper Jake and Wolf fucking Blitzer and Anderson Cooper and the rest of them to come along. They get paid to be ignorant, to ignore reality. The people that own MS Now and CNN and CBS and ABC and all the rest are right wingers. They're just less, they're like old GOPers. They're pro Bush era, right? That's why we can't get fucking Scott Jennings off the fucking screen. I swear to God, I watch a lot of mainstream media, right? To keep up on what the fuck they're doing. And like every 2 hours, Scott Jennings on CNN, or the Scott Jennings clones. There's two others if Scott Jennings isn't available because he's too busy on Newsmax, right? But every single story, every single opinion has to be, put through the Scott Jennings filter. Hey, Scott, what do you think about this? What do you think about that, Scott? Wow, you're demonstrably wrong on this. Clearly, you're wrong on that. What do you think, Scott? Well, I think the right wing's great, and I think Trump can never go wrong, and I think we're doing this for America's security, and yada, yada, yada. Always got a slick-ass lie to be telling, and why? I mean, there's no point in a Scott Jennings. You know exactly what the fuck he's going to say. The man has never said anything remotely surprising in his entire career, but yet he gets prominent primetime seating every single fucking day on CNN, on Abby Phillips' show. There's a reason. There's a fucking reason, because the owners like Scott Jennings. They want Scott Jennings to be the mainstream.
Munching to the max, y'all. But clearly, now Trump's at 33% approval rating. He's just, everybody hates him. Any reasonable person hates him. You have to be a total Kool-Aid drinking freak to still support him. And so Alex realized, okay, I got to finally make a fucking move.
The fucking PBD boys love Scott Jennings. Every fucking Scott Jennings clip they love to do, the Paul Bett Davidson asshole crew. They love Scott Jennings.
We did. But look at how quick the turn hit. Like, it was a hard break, because now look at this. He posts, exclusive. Alex Jones responds to Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes, saying that Trump could be the Antichrist. All right, let's get it. Let's see what we got. Here we go.
Is it possible? But not because of the kid fucking, not because of the, corruption, not because of the constant lies and the how he treats his own wives and how he sexually, describes his own daughter. No, none of that. But no, when he criticizes me, when he criticizes Tucker Carlson, oh, now we're a demon. Now we're the Antichrist. Not when he's sending his fucking ICE goons to kill American citizens, not the Antichrist then. Oh, he said a mean tweet about me? Oh, he's the Antichrist.
That what you're watching is a very stealthy yet incredibly effective attack on what, from a Christian perspective, is the true faith, belief in Jesus. Is that what really is under attack here? Maybe that's what's been under attack for a long time, maybe our whole lifetime. Maybe almost everything we see is an attack
Maybe I have a butt plug in my
on that
ass.
faith. The one faith that is always attacked. Always and everywhere for 2,000 years. It's one. Many faiths have been attacked. Many religious people of different religions have been killed over the past 2,000 years. But there's been only one sustained effort.
To say this in this moment.
Exactly, UNTV. I'm sorry, I have to steal Cumtown's bit about Tucker Carlson. I have to. If you don't know what I'm talking about, type in Cumtown gay Tucker Carlson, and it's like perfect. They nailed him. They nailed his ass to the fucking wall. Nick Mullen, that's his name. Maybe I like men's, obviously there's shit I can't say there, but hilarious.
When like the most acceptable form of bigotry in this country is Islamophobia is kind of astonishing.
Yeah,
like
factually.
of all of the major religions, the least amount of oppression in this country is against Christians. And that's, I mean, it's no surprise. We're like, what, 70% Christian? So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but let's continue.
Terminate a faith. And that's the Christian faith.
Oh, no.
Could that be part of it?
Could, maybe.
And is it possible that
Maybe
the
I
president
like men.
sees this not just in geostrategic terms, in military terms, in economic terms, got open the strait? Okay. Is it possible the president sees this in bigger terms?
And people go, Mr. Flight.
Okay, I see what he's saying. He's saying perhaps Trump sees this Iran war as like fulfilling biblical prophecy because he's been convinced by the psychos around him to believe that. And by the way, because he views the surviving of the assassination attempt, so he reportedly had like a religious awakening and revival when that happened. So now he thinks he's part of God's plan.
There's too many of them. What are we going to do? I'm like, I told you not to vote for Trump. The Antichrist was on the ballot. They practically said, Antichrist 2024, Gog and Magog.
Okay, I got to point this out. The reason why he's criticizing Trump is because he's not fascist enough. That is, don't think for a fucking second that this guy, even though he's telling people to vote Democrat, he's telling people to vote Democrat because he believes it will cause the right wing to go even further fascist. And then that will win America over. Or he doesn't actually care if it wins America over. He wants to put a gun to America's head and say, you're Christian, you're fascist, whether you like it or not. And if you're not white, if you're not a white Christian male, you don't have any rights. So that's his whole angle here, is that he wants to see the Republican Party finish his transformation into a full-blown Nazi fucking party.
At Armageddon, like, you voted for this.
He's sort of cooking there, low-key.
And here's Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes asking, is President Trump the Antichrist? No, but this is an Antichrist spirit creeping into the White House, where he's Jesus, he's going to save us, we have to worship him. All of them comparing him to Jesus.
So fucking tired
comparing
of these
the
people, dude.
Weapons officer shot down on the plane to Jesus. I mean, this is cultic stuff.
I mean, meanwhile, if Jesus really existed, what do you think he'd be saying about these fucking grifters? About these pedophiles, right? Can you imagine what Jesus would actually say about a person like Alex Jones?
And it is an Antichrist spirit. The Bible tells us many times there are many Antichrists and an Antichrist spirit.
Oh, and is that what the Bible says, huh, Alex?
I don't think Trump's a devil worshiper. I don't think he gets on his knees and prays the devil. I think he's under a demonic spell.
And this is what you see with Putin, right? When people try to, they're not allowed to criticize Putin. Putin is correct in all things. He's just being influenced incorrectly. It's the people around Putin. This is how they deal with criticizing their authoritarian gods. Their fucking daddies, their fucking tyrants, that they love so much. They can never criticize them directly. It's not daddy's fault. It's the alcohol. It's daddy's friends.
We now have MAGA pundits going, look, he's not the literal Antichrist, but is he under a demonic spell? Well, obviously. Where was this fucking 2 weeks ago? Where was this 3 months ago? Where was this at the beginning of the second term? Where was this during the first term? Like, by the way, I've noticed this happening a lot lately. Now you have so many right-wing pundits are now just stealing my whole flow, and not just me, a lot of left-wing commentators and liberal commentators, steering our whole flow word for word, bar for bar, without telling the truth and saying, you know, there have been people who've been right about this all along, saying this shit all along, and we just came to it Tuesday. All right? Like, bro, if you're going to go out there and start saying the shit that we say all the motherfucking time, at the very least be like, yep, turns out Kyle Kulinski was right. He made a good point. He was right all along about Trump. You know, I should have paid attention when he said in the first term that Donald Trump killed Qasem Soleimani, that he tried to coup Venezuela, that he increased drone strikes 432%, that he listened to John Bolton and all the fucking neocons, that he bombed Syria and he bombed Somalia, that obviously he was a massive warmonger. They did a massive tax cut for the top 1%, the Epstein classes, he raised taxes on everybody.
Alex Jones could be like, we could be in a Mad Max situation, right? And he wouldn't say it. He wouldn't say Kyle Kulinski was right, the left wing was right. They'll never fucking learn. That's why the TYT and Cenk Uygur wasting their time thinking that, you know, that Tucker Carlson's on their side, or that, you know, that he's an honest actor, that we can have an honest debate. No, you can't. You can't. We should be laser beam focused on their political destruction. That's it. How do we defeat them politically? How do we destroy their political movement? With democracy, right? How do we organize and get a bigger group and march in the streets and raise money and get more Graham Plattners in office and get more AOCs in there, right? Instead of this, I don't even know what this is, because like when you think about like what Cenk Uygur's strategy is, like where does it even lead electorally? Where does this, you know, because like Tucker Carlson's never going to support a Graham Plattner. He's never going to support a Tallarico, a James Tallarico, right? They're never going to come to our side. Tim Pool isn't going to support a Graham Plattner or a James Tallarico or an AOC. They never will. So there's no strategy here for actually winning politically.
Else in the country, you know, clearly I should have listened to the liberals and the leftists who said that Trump's always been bad at governing, that Trump's always been horrible, that Trump got rid of clean water protections and clean air protections, and that this guy's been a problem, this guy's been miserable, this guy's, you know, bootlicker of Benjamin Netanyahu and the military-industrial complex and the Israel lobby. Perhaps I should. But now they come out here and they start saying all that shit as if they came up with it too. That's the other thing. I see.
You can fight against it. You can fight against it, factually active. But as we acquiesce and waste our time with these people pretending like we're gonna have some kind of honest debate, they gain more power and they make it more difficult. Yeah, welcome back. We're doing great over here. So factually active, I'm going to disagree with you that there's nothing we can do about it. You cannot fight against it. No, we can. We have to. But as we waste our time, like Cenk Uygur is, they acquire more fucking power. They make it more difficult for us to actually defeat them. We have a moral imperative to defeat these people. Okay? Because if they win, child labor is coming back. If they win, child marriage is coming back. Wanton war and destruction across the fucking world is coming back. World War III and nuclear weapons and chemical weapons, okay? They are morally empty. Look at Pete Hegseth and tell me that man believes in morality. Murder, 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 kill, kill, kill. Praise God.
This with Fuentes, I see this with Tucker. Fuentes the other day goes, it turns out the problem is not just everybody around Trump. The problem is him. It's not even just Israel pushed them into the war. It's like, he's the problem. He's the bad guy. And it's like, every single liberal and leftist just off camera fucking face palming going, yeah, bitch, that's what we've been saying all along. What the fuck? This is what we've been saying. If you're going to steal our whole flow, word for word, bar for bar, at least give us an assist. At least say, you know what, these guys were right. But here's the thing, and everybody knows this.
Never going to happen.
They're going to try to use all of our talking points now and take that energy and usher it back into supporting some right-wing dipshit asshole in the next election anyway.
No, exactly.
Right? Alex himself was out there going, Democrats are 10 times worse. Last time he did a rant shitting on Trump, genuinely. But in that same rant, he goes, Democrats are 10 times worse. They want to mutilate kids. They want to do all these horrible things. So, like, they're not really on our side. And, like, they will flip on a motherfucking dime. The second Trump triggers the liberals in a way they like and they can drink their liberal tears again, all of a sudden, you know, actually, maybe he's not that bad. We've seen the back forth. It's happened so many fucking times. But I'll be damned if they're going to take this energy and redirect it into supporting some other right-wing douchebag. It's not going to motherfucking happen. Not on my watch. It's not going to happen.
Well, that's
so
what
just
they're gonna
understand, these are not actual allies in any way, shape, or form.
We should be prepared for it.
Having said that, yes, Donald Trump is the Antichrist. Me and Crystal, I showed Crystal this clip the other day, and I say, right-wingers are now saying that Donald Trump is the Antichrist and he's possessed by a demonic spirit. And she goes, yeah, I can see that. Hey, that shit is true, bro. Look, I'm not a believer. I'm not even, you know how some people say, oh, I'm not religious, but I'm spiritual. I'm not even spiritual, right? Having said that, I do believe in good and evil. Yeah. And I believe this man is genuinely evil.
Yeah.
Like he's actually evil.
No, and this is what evil, whatever your conception of that is, you know, that's what this looks like. Narcissism, corruption, pedophilia, right? You know, a complete lack of any empathy. That's basically what that is, right? And you don't, and you know, it's kind of an argument, you know, for secularism. It's kind of an argument for atheism, where it's like, no, you can be biblically evil. You can be, you know, satanic without Satan. You don't, you know, you can be godly and pious without God. You can be satanic without Satan.
The energy, the vibe he gives off, the decision making bro, you can't bomb a double tap a little girls' school and kill 170 little girls and then be able to sleep at night and that's okay. No, obviously you are satanic if you do that, and then you're fine the next day and you're fucking defending it, and you're bombing bridges and you're bombing hospitals and you're threatening to nuke the entire country and kill a whole civilization. That's not normal.
I wouldn't be able to sleep if I approved that bombing. And then I didn't even say sorry. I wouldn't be able to sleep properly. Killing over 150 children. Girls, little precious little girls, completely, purely the definition of innocent. Now, Iran shouldn't have opened up a school that used to be part of a military base and left that school next to a military base, right? But that wouldn't be enough to salve my conscience, right? But Pete Hegseth sleeps like a fucking baby. This is a good reason why, Lindsey Graham, a lot of these fucking people are alcoholics. They kind of need that alcohol, but they sleep like babies, lying to people, making fucking excuses. Yeah, Tom Cotton, another example. I mean, the whole right. But also, Jeffries and Cucky Schumer over here, they're not, because they support this Iran war, because they take that AIPAC money. They're not talking shit about the school either. Sleep like little babies in the cook chair.
That's not normal. This person is genuinely, a dark energy emanates from him. At this late date, they'll still say, the Democrats are worse, which is fucking astonishing to me.
And the preachers around him act very demonic. He's under a delusion that he's a savior. No, the Antichrist knows he's the Antichrist, but there are many that come in the form of precursors to the Antichrist. Just like you have Abraham, and then you have David, and then you have Jesus. And it's the same repeat. Well, you got that with the Antichrist. But definitely this type of activity is ushering in Antichrist-type behavior. The Iranians think they're triggering the return of the Mahdi, or the final.
And if that's true, then who the hell are you, Alex? The fucking cheerleader for the precursor for the Antichrist. And you still say, I like the precursor to the Antichrist. I like the old one, not the new one. So what does that make you in God's eyes? I'm a useful idiot for the precursor to the Antichrist, and I love it, and I still support it. By their own fucking logic. It's just about money, folks. He doesn't believe a fucking word of it. He doesn't believe a fucking word of it.
Messiah. A bunch of sects of the Jews think that and say that everywhere. And the Christian evangelicals, the dispensationalists, believe that. Well, how do you bring Jesus back before the Antichrist is here? No, they're going to say the Antichrist,
because it works,
is the Messiah.
Works on the dumb
and you're going to have the Jews and the Muslims and a lot of the Christians say he's it. See how the setup? And then the real Christians that see through it are going to be executed. It's all in the Bible.
All in the Bible.
As I always say about these guys, even when they're right, they can't help but be wrong. Like, even when they're right, they get help. It's some Bible literalist shit. No, the problem is you have a bunch of psychotic, Bible-believing, rapture-believing, Armageddon-believing freaks, like Mike Huckabee, for example, the evangelical Christian fundamentalist Zionists. They are going to turn into reality the psycho shit you see in the Bible. So they want a holy war to end times. That's what they want. And so they're in favor of Israel crusading through the Middle East, stealing everybody's territory, fucking genociding and ethnic cleansing everybody in sight. Because in the Bible, Israel has to basically control the Middle East in order for Jesus to come back on a winged horse and usher in the apocalypse. Okay? And we've seen, 110 different soldiers reached out to...
And isn't that great? Their version of Jesus, he comes back, first thing, number one priority, kill a bunch of people. How great is that?
The secular group and said, like, hey, 30 different military bases, our commanders are saying the holy war's here. Yeah, Trump's going to usher in the return of Jesus. We love it. This is amazing.
That's what makes the Bible such a dangerous thing, is that it's malleable like that. You can use the Bible to justify, kissing the feet of the poor. You can use the Bible dropping a nuke and killing a girls' school.
And so because of that, they don't care if they bomb little girls and murder them. So we live in a world the religions are not true. It's actual fucking horseshit. It's nonsense, right? But people will act, the fundamentalist evangelical Christians will act on those biblical beliefs, and that will lead to death and destruction.
Make it true.
You understand what I'm saying? So, like, they're genuinely dangerous. Mike Huckabee is genuinely dangerous. These fucking preachers around Trump that prey on him, they're absolutely dangerous. Like the Hagee types, he's just out of his goddamn mind. The Paula White, who's the one, I think that's the one who low-key is slurping Trump's meat, where, that's his spiritual advisor, and she's always with him, and she's saying, like, if you have to do anything for him, you got to treat him like he's God. So there's definitely a Messiah complex there, and he's definitely making disturbing decisions to try to usher in biblical prophecy, but all that shit is made up, like it's not true, and these psychotic beliefs are leading to death and destruction. That's what's happening. Whereas what Alex is saying is, like, no, the Bible is literally true, and, like, here's how it's going to unfold. He's a weird guy, man. He's a weird guy. But the fact that now you have half of the MAGA pundits are openly out there going, maybe he's the Antichrist. Maybe he's under a demonic spell. That says a lot, but it is kind of incredible to me that, you go from hardcore defending him, fucking viciously coming after every liberal and leftist in the country who's been right about everything, and then boom, we blink, and all of a sudden now you're parroting all of our talking points and making all of our arguments without ever giving us credit.
Yeah, but twisting them into their own narrative so that they can try to keep a hold of an audience that, an audience of fucking useful idiots.
Somehow saying we're worse, even though you're admitting that this guy might be fucking demonic. Quite a thing to behold. Hey, y'all, do me.
All right, folks. So there you go. That's Kyle Kulinski's take on it. Make sure you're liking and subscribing. Help him out. He's a real one. I'm not a 100%er on anybody. I don't agree with anybody on 100% on anything, but doesn't take that corporate money. Doesn't take advertisers' money. The only money he takes is from Patreon. Right. And this motherfucker doesn't quit either. Like 2 days ago, when Donald Trump put out the tweet about, genociding a whole civilization, he's doing news. He's like literally waking up, he's like naked in bed, right? Just from you don't get to see anything, right? But you could tell that he literally just woke up, still got sleepies in his eyes. And he's like, oh shit, dude. He's like reporting on Trump right there with his phone. And he's like reporting in the car, and he's doing a show, and then he's reporting after the show. He doesn't quit. He's got news stamina like I've never seen. So make sure you're supporting Kyle Kulinski. Total real one. Total real one. So I wanted to show you this to back up what I've been saying. Make sure you, at the very least, click like, give him that thumbs up. But here's Mehdi over here pointing this out. I keep trying to tell people this. It's a cult. There is no real MAGA civil war or divisions outside of social media in the real world. They will always, always pick Trump. So here's Harry Enton. Tucker Carlson has been an absolute free fall among the GOP. His net favorable has dropped by 47 points, folks, and that's huge. That's huge. And of course, the reason why is because now the daddy cult leader, Donald Trump, doesn't like him. So they immediately throw his ass away. Oh, Trump says we're not allowed to like Tucker Carlson anymore. Okay, I don't like Tucker Carlson. Now, granted, this is a CNN poll. I'm not sure where the source is. Source, UMass, Lowell, and Grinnell College. Okay, so I would like to see more polling to verify to try to further solidify these numbers. But it's a little bit beyond anecdotal here, right? Meanwhile, Trump crushes Tucker among the GOP. Trump's net favorable is 54 points higher than Carlson's. When you're up against Trump, you're in the grinder, to quote Good Burger, whatever. I still haven't seen that movie. But Daddy Trump says we're not allowed to like Tucker. Tucker gone, right? No more Tucker. And he still hedges. Like Tucker's like, well, maybe I think he's the Antichrist, but I still have a lot of respect for Trump, and I still like him personally. That's what Tucker said in his latest little diatribe. So I still like Trump personally. Right, but this is the reality, and I just don't get it with Cenk Uygur. I don't get it. I really don't. I don't know if it's the money or if he's like legitimately he thinks this is the right direction. But I just don't get what the fuck he's trying to do, Cenk Uygur. Unfortunately, Seneca, he's actually, up until this moment, Tucker was a reoccurring rising star. He was coming back hard, man. I don't know, and maybe that's still the case. I'm not sure. But no, with the interview he did with Mike Huckabee was blowing up. He's had a bunch of left wingers. I think like Gavin Newsom and Cenk Uygur did an interview with him. He had an interview with Nick Fuentes where he used word salad to technically disagree with Nick Fuentes. He's got speaking slots at CPAC and at TPUSA. He's feuding with Ben Shapiro. So no, I mean Tucker Carlson was a reoccurring rising star on the right wing. I don't know if that's no longer the case. The early polls show that right wingers are listening to Daddy Trump. Even though Tucker Carlson's trying to speak their language. So this is one poll. We'll see where it goes from here. But the last angle I wanted to show you on this was the Humanist Report, Mike Figurino, who's even, I think, fair to say, even further to the left of Kyle Kulinski over here. But his video is great because it's Trump's biggest meat writers finally admit he's as bad as everyone said he was. And the thumbnail, I don't know where the thumbnail is on this. I don't know how to make it show you the thumbnail. Isaac Tucker like Taco Bell. Welcome back, Toast, over there at D Live, the only left winger on D Live. But let me see if I can show you the thumbnail here on this video. Where the hell is it? Oh yeah. So here's the thumbnail, top left, right here. You actually don't have to hand it to them, right? You actually don't have to hand it to them. That's the thumbnail. Talking about these fucking right wingers that are temporarily coming to Jesus. Because I'm telling you, I guarantee it. Closer we get to the midterms, the fucking tune is going to change. They're not going to become left wingers. They're not going to start advocating for left wing policies or left wing politicians. So that leaves them stuck. What do? Are you just a gadfly? Wallflower, don't vote, don't participate. These people are the Antichrist. They're not going to go in any direction. The only direction they can go in is further to the right. So what they're doing, like Kyle said here, what they're doing is they're just waiting for an opportunity to get back on the Trump train, right? They're waiting for the next trigger the lib moment where they could say, oh, well, maybe he's not so bad. Maybe he's not so bad. Trump's going to get impeached? Yeah, okay, sure, yeah. My dick's going to grow 10 more inches. But anyway, here's what Mike Figurino had to say.
And that's why you'll have 5-6 times a day. And, we won. It's over. No, it's going to go on forever. Total destruction. I'll never let them have the strait. Yes, we're giving up the strait. I'm getting out of NATO. We're staying in NATO. And when people in early dementia That is exactly what they do.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about factually active with your comment. Left-wing policies help right-wing people live with more happiness. Oh no, I agree with that. Yeah, yes, you know, but that's how the left wing has to operate. You know, by hook or by crook, we want to give the right wing better health care. We want to give the right wing better education. We want to give the right wing, middle class right wingers more opportunities. Their small businesses more tax breaks. It's true. It's true. Left-wing policies do help right-wingers.
I think we're dealing with the madness of King George III here.
President Trump is failing right now. And so he's a man that's lashing out. I mean, after all, this is the man that threatened to wipe out an entire civilization of people. You can't respond to someone like that. They're mentally unstable.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I am sick of this shit.
She says this 5 seconds after saying, if Donald Trump were to drop a nuke, I'd still vote Republicans. Megyn Kelly is fucked in the head, dude. She's like straight up fucked in the head. I don't even know what her fucking game is. But she's saying this shit literally. You know, she's sitting across from Emily from the Hill, giggling, giggling, laughing and joking. Oh, if the Republicans drop a nuke, I'm still going to vote Republicans. You know why? Because the Democrats want to drop a nuke on America. Literally. And Emily over here giggling. Emily's supposed to be the sensible conservative on the Hill. Giggling and laughing along with Megyn Kelly talking about how, you know, she would support Republicans even after they drop a fucking nuke.
They're mentally unstable.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I am sick of this shit. I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal human?
And that's really the critique here from most of these people. They love the politics, they love the fascism, they love the theocracy, they love the dictatorship. They just want it to be less embarrassing day to day. If it was Ron DeSantis or JD Vance who was able to keep himself together and wasn't embarrassing himself on Twitter every single day, they would love this shit. Rah, rah, go ICE. Rah, rah, drop bombs on children. Rah, rah, drop nukes. Get us entangled in Middle Eastern wars. They'd be defending all of it if it wasn't for the ludicrous nature of Donald Trump, right? He just can't help himself. That's really their only critique here.
I mean, honestly, like the president, 3D chess, shut up. Fucking shut up about that shit.
Why can't this president or any president say no to Israel?
Why can't you just be more like Orban?
All of the people that you just heard from used to be some of Donald Trump's biggest boosters, and now it's a little bit surreal to see them say what everybody with common sense has been saying for more than a decade now, that Donald Trump is not mentally fit to be president of the United States. But I guess while he was swaying back and forth on the campaign trail to Ave Maria and pantomiming dick sucking with the microphone, they apparently didn't see any of the red flags that we all saw. But it goes further than that. They didn't just miss the red flags. They helped sell people on the delusions that he was espousing. They claimed that he won the 2020 election that he had lost. And listen, I'm pleased to see them oppose war with Iran. That's good. But Tucker Carlson in particular was seen with oil executives applauding Donald Trump at the White House for a job well done after he successfully kidnapped the president of Venezuela. But regardless if these people are dumb or disingenuous, it is objectively good that they are criticizing Donald Trump, because as former supporters of Donald Trump,
the motherfucking second word, like I said, they have no other direction to go in. They're not going to be left wing. They're not going to support left wing politics. You know, and that's like, and that's the delusion that Cenk Uygur has put himself in, that these people are eventually going to come around to the progressive side. He still considers himself progressive. He still considers himself left wing, and it's madness. It's fucking madness.
They have more sway with Republicans than anyone else does. The problem is that the Republican base is a cult for all intents and purposes, and polls indicate that the GOP support for Trump seems to be pretty rock solid even after Iran and after the Epstein files and after the cuts to Medicaid. But putting aside the efficacy of their strategy, it's important for Trumpian ideologues to at least try to drive down support for him. But the main point that I want to drive home here is that the rest of us...
hopefully I've corrected the audio situation. Sorry about that. I know I can never get it right. I can never get it perfect. Never.
don't have to take them seriously. Perhaps Trump supporters might take them seriously because they're stupid, but the rest of us with common sense don't have to take them seriously. In fact, we shouldn't, because these people are partially responsible for the predicament that we're in right now. And no matter how much they wag their finger at Donald Trump, it'll never undo the damage caused by the man that they fought so hard to give power to. It'll always be a permanent stain on their sad, pathetic legacies for the rest of their sad, pathetic lives. So to prop these people up as oracles of wisdom, as some individuals are choosing to do, TYT, CNN, when they were embarrassingly wrong about everything, speaks to why our politics is so goddamn putrid. And we keep fucking doing this. Alyssa Slotkin, a former CIA and Bush administration official, is now hinting at plans to run for president of the Democratic Party. Sarah Longwell,
fucking Kamala over here talking about running again.
A former Republican, told The Advocate that the Harris campaign's embrace of the Cheneys was a savvy political move because it created a permission structure for those older voters who were lifelong Republicans to vote for Harris. In the end, the strategy backfired spectacularly, and Harris ended up getting less votes from Republicans than...
Remember the Liz Cheney? She had 100 days. She had 100 days to convince everybody to vote for her. Wouldn't criticize the genocide, tells Tim Walz to shut the hell up about him calling Republicans weird, and then gets Liz Cheney out there to wave the pom-poms for her. That's what the Democrat strategy was. And you got MSNBC brained fuckheads trying to tell you that, oh, she ran the best campaign. It was not her fault. It wasn't her fault. It was Joe Biden's fault. He should have dropped out sooner. Yeah, because like 300 days of that was supposed to help improve her fucking situation instead of just 100 days of that failed Hillary 2.0 campaign.
Biden did in 2020, even though she courted them more than he did. But despite how wrong Longwell was, she's now publishing a book about how Democrats can win elections and demanding that the party reject left-wing figures like Hassan Piker. And at some point, we need to stop looking to former Republicans as beacons of wisdom, because if you're consistently wrong and responsible for the conditions that our country is currently in, you don't get to have a seat at the table. You have to go away, because you shouldn't be rewarded for fucking up, especially...
Right-wing media will reward them, though. I'll never forget, after the George Bush era, like 3 months after that debacle, those assholes, who were supposedly, supposed to never have a political career again, right back on TV, interviewing about, and being presented as experts. They're there because the oligarchy wants them there, because the oligarchy wants that type of politics to be predominant.
If you haven't undone the damage that you've caused. But no matter how wrong Republicans are, they always fail up. And no matter how right progressives and leftists are, they are never given a seat at the table. But to go back to Green and Jones and, the Carlsons of the world, people of their ilk, if they can be rehabilitated by the rest of the public simply for being anti-Trump, then that means we really don't have any standards as a country. Now, I'm not so sure that that's going to be the case yet. It's too early to tell, because these people really are odious. They've shared some very disgusting beliefs. And when I say disgusting beliefs, I don't want to downplay it. We're talking about white supremacy. But
no, it's factually active. It is true that left-wing politics scares away right-wingers. But the argument shouldn't be to try and convince these right-wingers to our side. Yeah, some of them will come along, but most of them won't. The argument is to try and get the non-voters, the people who are not participating, who are not paying attention, to get them on board to our side, because reality has a left-wing bias. And the reality is left-wingers want to make life easier for people. We want to make healthcare cheaper, more accessible. We want to, give old people a decent retirement, right, so that they can live in dignity. We want to give people better, more accessible education. We want pensions instead of 401ks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? We want to, give people a higher standard of living. We have the winning message. And that's where we're failing. And that's why we need to call out TYT, because it's like, what are you even doing? What is the political strategy even?
I will say, I wouldn't be surprised if these people were rehabilitated and welcomed into the Democratic Party with open arms when you see how individuals like Neera Tanden are retweeting literal neo-Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
And there's no amount of debating, no amount of fucking debate bro bullshit, you know, just asking questions that will convince right-wingers that we're not communist. Okay? They don't know the difference between a communist, a democratic socialist, and a liberal. They never will. They never fucking will. Yeah, Liddy Bruz.
Manosphere dipshits like Sneeko simply because they're saying Orange Man bad. Like, this is somebody who shits on leftists at every chance that she gets, but the moment a Nazi says Trump bad, well, all of a sudden it's welcome to the resistance, Nick Fuentes and Sneeko. It just is so annoying, we'll say, as a leftist who really feels marginalized by this.
Because really, I mean, and not to toot our own horns, we've been right every step of the fucking way when it comes to this right-wing movement, what this right-wing movement was going to produce. We were right from the beginning, okay? And that means something. That, you know, at the very least, that should provide wind to your own sails to keep going, okay? To keep fighting. That you're morally correct, which, you know, fuck the facts, right? What is actually moral? What is good? What is just? You know, that's, you know, you could die with some pride knowing that, hey, I fought for good. I fought to try to make people's lives better. That's, you know, that should provide fuel to our fire.
Party. But to be fair, CNN did actually ask Marjorie Taylor Greene, to their credit, the question that we all want an answer to.
Well, for critics of Trump,
it may or may not collapse in and on itself toast, but the you know, the reality is that, you know, that collapse is gonna result in millions of people getting hurt or even killed. So we should still be fighting it, because, you know, there's a high chance that this fascist authoritarianism is going to collapse upon itself, but that isn't an excuse not to fight, not to resist. Because, like I said, we're moral. We actually care about people suffering. We want to prevent that. Even if it's like an entire movement putting a gun to its own head, we still want to prevent that.
Like, you know, look, how can you say no one saw this coming? Obviously, calling for the death of a whole civilization is at a different level. But as Wolf mentioned earlier, Trump has been known for his bombastic
German cow
rhetoric, right? He's been doing that for years. And you used to be a supporter. Now you're speaking out against him. But people might be asking, well, I mean, didn't you see this coming?
Well, you know, I've always been a supporter of President Trump for the policies. That's what I cared about. But once he became president, he changed his policies. What we campaigned on was no more foreign wars.
Actually, no. That was the lie that was masking what the truth was. And we had a whole Trump first term to know where he actually stood on these things.
And President Trump said he was going to be the peace president. Well, he's gone from being the peace president.
So the fact that, you know, you were too stupid to know that he was lying. Right. And by the way, she's still basically covering for Donald Trump, who was lying during that election, during the second term. She's basically saying, I believe the lies. I believe it, but she's not identifying it, you know, as a lie. She's saying he was telling the truth then, but now he's not telling the truth. No, he was lying back then when he was saying he was the peace president. And it was the left wingers that were pointing it out.
To the war president. And I don't support that at all. I'm not offended.
How many months into Trump 2.0 did he put Pete Hegseth in charge and they changed the Department of Defense to the Department of War? Was it like 2 months, 3 months? They're already calling, you know, the intentions were clear.
Oftentimes by people's words. I mean, people on the right and the left have lots of different types of language and statements. However, it's their actions that is what I pay attention to. And the president lost my support when he covered up the Epstein files and called me a traitor and wanted to primary me because I supported women that were raped at 16 and 18 years old.
And why was he doing that, Marjorie? Why was he doing that? because his name, and by the way, this was all known way before the emails were put out. He was all over the Epstein files way in Trump 1.0. He was all over the Epstein fucking whatever information we had out about Epstein. It was well known that he was on the Lolita Express. It was all the pictures. This was all there, but no, you got your bag. You got your political career. Now you get to go on TV. Oh, and now you have a problem with the Epstein files. These fucking people.
14 years old even. And I don't support the president in going to war in Iran. And what we campaigned on and what President Trump promised America was to put America first.
Okay. But the problem, Marjorie, is that you very clearly didn't pay attention to his actions because you have an entire first term to look to, which shows that he was never actually America first. He was Trump first. And with regard to foreign policy, he was extremely hawkish. He withdrew from the JCPOA, which made war with Iran much more likely. He then assassinated their general, Qasem Soleimani.
Yeah.
He increased drone strikes by more than 400%.
Motherfucker wanted to nuke hurricanes. I believe he's a peace president. Oh, can I get my money?
And killed countless civilians, the first of which was an innocent little girl named Nawar al-Awlaki. He dropped the mother of all bombs in Afghanistan. He bombed Syria, and he solidified the Abraham Accords, which set the stage for October 7th. And if it sounds like
he gave Israel, what was it? The fucking what is it? Yeah, the Abraham Accord. Yeah.
channeling my inner Kyle Kulinski here by going down that list, I am. But Kyle was one of many people sounding the alarm about the warning signs here. But as an American leftist, Kyle gets punished for being right too early, while people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Joe Kent and Carlson and others get rewarded for being wrong too late, even though they failed what was an open book test in supporting Donald Trump. And here we are, in an unwinnable war with Iran that we're entrenched in because Netanyahu...
Jerusalem was the big thing, where he allowed Israel to have complete control over Jerusalem when, there was a deal with the Palestinians that there was going to be a sharing of Jerusalem, right, to try to foster peace, right, and immediately Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir start raiding mosques, and like mosques that weren't supposed to have any Jewish presence whatsoever. They blast in there with the IDF. That was what was happening before October 7th. It was obvious what was going on there.
Exploited Trump's stupidity to the benefit of Israel. I say this because the New York Times just released a report detailing why Donald Trump ultimately decided to go to war with Iran, and unsurprisingly, it was because he was duped by Netanyahu. They explained that in a Situation Room meeting with Netanyahu, Trump was convinced by him that regime change in Iran would be easy peasy, and Netanyahu claimed that they would be too weak to close the Strait of Hormuz, and on top of that, he also claimed that Mossad agents would foment a rebellion among the population of Iran, and that would also help to usher in regime change. And Trump responded to Netanyahu's presentation saying, "Sounds good to me." And it didn't matter that his own cabinet called some of the claims that Netanyahu made, quote, bullshit, as Marco Rubio did, and, warned him that the Israelis always oversell their underdeveloped plans.
Yeah, no, as always, Seneca, the strategy depends on people not paying attention. You start peeling away at this onion, and the truth is revealed rather quickly. It really only takes a couple weeks of actually paying attention, and you're like, oh, holy shit. Everything I was taught in school was wrong. Everything, almost the media is presenting a very specific angle to almost every story. It's all revealed, and you really just need to just pay attention just for a couple weeks, but if you stick to your own bubbles, you come into, oh, is this a right-wing safe space for me? Are you going to tell me all the lies that I want to hear? I don't want to hear the truth. I want to pretend like I'm hearing the truth, but I want to have a debate. But then when you corner me, I'm going to say I don't know anything.
It didn't matter because Trump was already convinced to go to war with Iran because he believed Netanyahu when he said it would be easy. And since kidnapping Maduro was a success as well, why wouldn't war with Iran also be a success?
Right. So I'd love to play the rest of this. I've already subjected you to a lot of, left-wing, pseudo-left-wing punditry and commentary, but make sure you're helping out the Humanist Report. Make sure you're checking out Mike Figurino over here is doing a great job. If you're an anarchist, if you're a communist, definitely check out the content. You won't be disappointed. I don't know, Clutch. I don't know. I don't think Rubio ever had a chance, right? I mean, the fact that is Rubio, you know, he's not American. He's not a real American. But anyway, make sure you're liking and subscribing, folks. At least give him the like, give him the thumbs up, help him out. You know, thank you to the Humanist Report over here. So there you go. That's my commentary on the GOP Civil War. I think you get it. I think you get my point. Here's a funny thing about the Iran war that just man carrying thing. By the way, another channel you should be absolutely liking and subscribing on. Where's my copy? There we go. But this was very funny. This is how the Trump administration would prefer the American public react to their handling of the Iran war.
It is with great pleasure I can announce to you, the American people, that the U.S. and Iran have come to a tentative peace deal and a 2-week ceasefire. That's really wonderful news. All it took was senseless violence, loss of life, and almost destroying the world economy, but we did it. What did we do exactly? We won. So we won by giving them everything they want. That's pretty smart, actually. All it took was the president calling the Iranians fucking bastards and threatening to destroy their entire civilization. Okay. It's called the madman theory. He scared them into accepting our 10-point plan of their 10-point plan. A 10-point plan? Yeah, it's the stuff they want before accepting the end of the war. So we won by giving them everything they... No, I don't think you understand. Here's a few of the points. American non-aggression with Iran. Easy. We're the most peaceful country on earth. Okay, that's reasonable. Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. Wow, we're so generous. I think that one must be metaphorical. It's not like a literal thing. Okay. Just like withdrawal from all U.S. forces and bases from the region. Okay. Kidding. Okay, this is a joke plan, just like a funny inside joke between our two negotiators. Did you read the plan? Because I do that all the time with user agreements online. I don't need to explain it. We won! Gas prices will go down? Yeah, I mean, if the war actually ends. Oh. Which it has. Yay. This was a huge success. Yay. Everything's back to normal. What were we doing before all this anyways? Oh yeah, any update on the Epstein files? Did you know that Cuba is a major threat to our nation? Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! Oh man, Soldier. Remember this movie?
What are you gonna do?
I love this movie, dude. This movie rules.
I'm going to kill them all.
Hell yeah. Should we let's just steal this movie and watch this movie instead of politics. Can we do that instead, please? I just want to watch the movie Soldier. This movie rules, dude. I love this fucking movie. Oh man.
He was programmed from birth.
Such a good premise.
In every way possible. They're practically manufactured using DNA profiles.
But like all scientific advancements,
are they battle tested? For endurance.
That scene where he's like he takes like a water heater. It's at the beginning over
here. What
are
you gonna do?
Right here. There's this whole scene where he fucking puts up like a water heater. Not a punching bag, but a water heater, and fucking uses it like a punching bag. Such a fucking badass scene. All right, back to politics, I guess. So then this one was posted by Female Eunuchs in the Discord. I also posted it, but we'll give credit to Female Eunuchs instead. It's somebody losing their fucking mind, like, you know, he's like the only person at the warehouse. He's getting paid pennies. Okay, and this, you know, let me just preface this by saying this is illegal. I don't support this activity. But I would like to point out that you exploit poor people long enough, this kind of stuff is inevitable. It's not a promise, it's not a threat, it's math. You push people into a corner, you underpay, you exploit them, you know, you treat people like they're disposable. Yeah, Man Carrying Things on YouTube. He does book reviews as well. It's really good stuff. Zeta Physician. Check that out. Man Carrying Things on YouTube. Really good book reviews, long form book reviews. He did a great segment about the 10 despicable books. He did 120 Days of Sodom and a bunch of other, Pig, bunch of other really good books. Did a review on those. But yeah, make sure you like and subscribe, follow, subscribe, put that guy in your algorithm. Very funny. All like 1 minute, quick, digestible, funny clips, and then long form book reviews. Can't recommend him enough. But anyway, I just want to preface this by saying I truly don't support violence. You got this being posted by Power to the People, proud socialist fucking, Marx over here. I do think violence and destruction is ultimately detrimental to our movement. But are we trying to say that the person who's doing this was doing this because of Marx? Was doing this because of communism? No, they're doing it because they're fed up. Fed up being exploited, fed up, being the only person, this like 3-mile long warehouse. He's the only person working there. So much so that he's able to just walk up to stuff and light shit on fire. There's like $200 million of damage that this guy did. Right? And that's what I'm trying to point out, is that this really doesn't have much to do with politics. This is just about exploitation. This is what happens when you push people to the fucking edge. And some people react. Right? Some people are like, well, I believe in peace. I don't believe, even though you're being immoral, I'm not going to lower myself to your level. Some people are like, hell no, I want revenge and I'm going to take it. And that's what happened. That's what happened here. Check this out. This guy working alone at a massive warehouse. He's like, this is what you get when he's like literally saying on the video, like, this is what you get when you don't pay me enough. This is what happens. And this motherfucker lit up the whole fucking warehouse. It's like, there's like rolls of paper towel right here. He's just lighting that shit up.
Should have paid us enough to fucking live.
Should have paid us enough to fucking live. That's what he says. And once again, like, do we think this guy is a Marxist? Do we think this guy's doing this because he just got done reading the Communist Manifesto? No, he's doing this because he's getting like, he's working 40, 50 hours a week. His boss is, screaming at him. He's the only fucking person there. And then at the end of the day, he gets like a $200, $300 paycheck. That's what this is about.
We may not get paid enough to fucking live, but these bitches dirt cheap.
He's talking about the lighter.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to fucking live.
Right. And I'm not supporting this. I'm not saying that this is a good thing. I'm saying this is mathematical. That people are gonna be lashing out violently, not because they're socialists, not because they're conservative, but because they're desperate and hungry and they're pissed and they're just reacting.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live. There goes your inventory.
Damn, dude. So I this is the longest clip I've been able to find, but $200 million in damage, the whole warehouse gone. Like, it's literally just a shell. Just the concrete walls are up. Everything on the inside, the roof caved in. Everything on the inside gone. $200 million.
There goes your inventory.
Right. Once again, I don't support these actions. I think they actually, because the mainstream media, right-wing propaganda is so effective at saying, oh, this is what happens when you embrace socialism. I find these things to be, like during the BLM protests, right? They weren't riots. Over 90% of the protests were totally peaceful. But, iPhone stores were broken into, a Wendy's was burned down, or a Burger King or something was burned down. Doesn't help our movement. Yeah, it's wasteful, the pollution, right? So I don't abide by it. But I will consistently point out that you can only exploit people so hard, and this goes out to the billionaires building bunkers. Mark Zuckerberg over here building a little underground mansion. Peter Thiel building a little underground mansion. First of all, your security guards if money is worthless, your security guards, you just built that whole facility for your security guards. But even if somehow you do find loyal bowdy to the death security guards to protect Mark fucking Zuckerberg, you don't think we can pry your ass out of your tin can? Okay, this shit isn't Fallout, man. This shit isn't Fallout. You don't get to magically make a vault that no one can get into. We're getting into them bitches. We're getting into your little vaults, your little secret underground areas. We're getting in there. And there's going to be like 1 million of us outside and like 12 of you in there. We're getting in there. So don't think you're fucking safe building a bunker, trying to protect yourself from the poor that you exploited. It would make it's so ironic here too, because all these capitalists, they need to realize that they're destroying capitalism with their rampant exploitation, the snake eating the tail. They should understand that a happy, healthy, well-informed, taking care of middle class is their best protection from an uprising. Not even the lower classes, right? You can fuck over the lower classes if you want. Of course, I don't want that. But if you just have, 100 million middle class, happy middle class, workers, living their little lives, you can be a billionaire and have 16 yachts and flying around to different countries every other day. You can live that lifestyle. But if you continue down this route, this Peter Thiel route, this Curtis Yarvin route, this is what you're going to get. Okay? It's not just going to be product. It's not just going to be product going up in smoke. It's going to be your mansions, your businesses. It's not a threat. It's not a promise. It's math. It's math. Welcome back, Splendvania. Talking about Marco Rubio over here. Look at this clown. On Fox News, of course. The United States of America will withdraw over 100,000 U.S. troops from Europe and halt its annual defense spending of trillions of dollars. So there's more threats. More threats. And this is supposed to help the U.S. empire? This is supposed to help the U.S. empire, making our soft power, or in this case, hard power, diminishing our own hard power in these European countries. All these bases that we have in these European countries. Oh, we're going to leave. We're going to leave. The idea that, then you won't have our protection. They don't want it. They want you to go. And we don't get this shit back. It took a whole world war to get in these positions. They don't charge us rent. They just let us sit there, the American empire, just sitting in their own backyard. And we're going to leave. I'm going to take my ball and leave. We don't get to come back. We don't get to come back. And I'm not an empire guy, but if you do care about the empire, if you do care about, it's ironic, right? Because this is almost left wing, right? Because this is exactly the kind of thing an anti-war left winger might want to do, right? Get rid of our bases and diminish the military, right? But you don't do that when everybody else is still powering up. You don't make yourself weak. You don't shoot yourself in the foot when Russia and China are, growing and building their power, right? You start to diminish your own military presence once you have a global agreement, once you've created some kind of global peace, and everyone is diminishing, right? All at the same time, piece by piece. Exactly. Putin just had an orgasm. At this news, right? So this is just a threat. They haven't actually done it. Did it yet? Done it? I don't know. They haven't actually done it yet. But yeah, exactly. Putin loving this stuff, right? And it's like, it's so like I said, it's like ironically almost left wing. But the left wing position is to do this in coordination with the rest of the world, piece by piece. We take our base out here. You take your base out there. And then we all shake hands and have a big ceremony. Right? You take out your nuclear missile here, we take out our nuclear missile there. And we all shake hands and have a big ceremony. And it takes like 100 fucking years, right? But we slowly, like, we don't need missiles anymore. We're trading with each other. We're all friends. It's one Earth. No empire is trying for global domination. And we're proving that with our actions, cooperatively. That's how you make the world a safer place. This is just asinine nonsense, right? With the assumption that, well, Europe's gonna get on board, right? Because Nigel Farage over here in the UK, he's like, oh yeah, well, see, this is what I'm talking about. If you don't, we're gonna lose America, and everyone's like, yeah, great, get them the fuck out of here. And Reform thinks this is going to be some kind of slam dunk for them. Oh, we see we're losing American bases. Whatever will we do? Is this the same America that got its ass kicked by the Taliban? Same America that got its ass kicked by the North Vietnamese communists? Same America getting their ass kicked by the Iranians? By the way, what did the American bases do for Qatar and UAE? Huh? Nothing. They got smoked. And Qatar and UAE are getting hit by getting hit by Iranian missiles. So it's just, this is Trump politics. This is, because that's what I'm sure Marco Rubio here understands how stupid this is. Right? He's one of the few people that probably does understand that. But this is what Trump politics is, right? A narcissist child. Well, if they don't like me, then we're going to leave. We have the strongest military in the world, and no one can stop us, and nothing can stop us. Right, Pete? Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Praise God. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Right? This is Trumpian politics. This is what it looks like. Asinine, ignorant, naive, totally unaware of what the reality is. But Marco Rubio here, because he's such a cucked bitch, because he's such a pathetic micro penis of a man, goes along with it. Why? Why, man? Why? What, so you can write a book about how you disagreed with all of it, even though you were going along with it? Why? Are you are some of these guys betting that, well, if Donald Trump can install his dictatorship, then maybe I'll get a prized position in the dictatorship? Isn't it the same logic that the motherfuckers surrounding Stalin had? Right? If I'm just loyal enough, I can work my way up the fucking ladder, and then maybe I get to be the big guy? The same group of people that were fucking killing and assassinating each other the moment Stalin kicked the bucket? Right? Seen that movie Death of Stalin? All those motherfuckers were at their throats the second he croaked. They all thought they had a spot at the table. They all thought they were going to get to be the big guy. Anyway, let me show you the clip here.
When we need them to allow us to use their military bases, their answer is no. Then why are we in NATO? You have to ask that question. Why do we have billions and billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, over the years, trillions of dollars, and all these American forces stationed in the region? If we can only use, in our time of need, right, we're not going to be allowed to use.
Right, and our influence is supposed to grow when we leave. You got Keir Starmer talking about charging us rent now for these bases. But this is supposed to make the American empire stronger. We're going to take our ball and go home.
Those bases. So I think there's no doubt, unfortunately, after this conflict is concluded, we are going to have to re-examine that relationship. We're going to have to re-examine the value of NATO and that alliance for our country. Ultimately, that's a decision for the president to make.
Putin loving it. Vladimir Putin loving it. Xi Jinping loving this.
And he'll have to make it. We're going to finish the job here. As I said, we're very, very close to achieving.
He's not speaking to America. He's speaking right now to Donald Trump. This is it's literally an audience of one for Marco Rubio here. And his head is buzzing with, this is bad, this is bad, this is wrong, I know this is wrong, I know I am aware of the negative military ramifications, the diminishment of our own empire. But I'm playing my cards. This is my card. This is my play of how I can get more power. If I can get closer to the big guy, This, you know, this is like his own presidential election. That's what he's thinking about. His own wealth, his own power. That's why he's allowing himself to be puppeteered by a pedophile.
Our objectives on all of these things that I've outlined. But I do think, unfortunately, we are going to have to re-examine whether or not this alliance that has served this country well for a while is still serving that purpose, or is it now become a one-way street where America is simply in a position to defend Europe, but when we need the help of our allies, they're going to deny us basing rights.
And like never is it addressed on Fox News, only in the, you know, MS Now is it addressed that this is a defensive alliance. You don't get to start shit and then get the rest of Europe to come along. You have to be attacked. But yeah, he eats it the long way, using the wrong hole.
And they're going to deny us overflight. I think these are very legitimate questions that we need to be asking, and this are going to have to be very carefully examined after this conflict is over.
Right. Moving on to more internal politics. Let's talk about RFK here, who is literally. This is what RFK is creating with his Department of Health.
Stay tuned for a very important announcement regarding food poisoning.
This is the future that RFK is creating for us.
The peas, the celery sticks, the meat and the fish will make you sick.
All the food is poison. All the food is poison.
The apples, tomatoes, wheat, and the corn, all the food is poison. Don't eat the food, it's poison food.
He's literally making our food less safe, more pesticides, less regulation, injecting pseudoscience. Where there once was, you know, legitimate science, more microplastics, more PFAS, less vaccinations, less real actual science. So now, you know, in an environment where he feels most comfortable, the podcast, where right-wingers they love to be here. So now he's going to spread his fucking misinformation directly, his ignorance in pseudoscience directly using some ludicrous podcast.
For decades now, Americans have been told that we should trust the system, but our children are sicker, chronic diseases exploding, and the answers that we've been given aren't working. Many of us have come to the conclusion that government actually lies to us.
Right. So who's gonna fix it? A grifter liar who has now taken over the government. It's this one's complicated though, because neoliberals, not nearly as much, but neoliberals have allowed corporations to lie to us about certain things. You know, certain things have not been tackled fast enough. And then on top of that, we have all the misinformation about legitimate science. Ironically, you know, the COVID vaccine, something that Donald Trump wants to take credit for. You know, that's real science. But, it's scary because you made me wear a mask watching a movie one time. Remember how traumatizing that is? So it's complicated because, you know, the neoliberals are not exactly innocent on this either. But for the most part, they depend on the science. But they do allow, like, because, you know, how come there is more cancer? How come there is more, all these different issues? Well, it does actually have to do with capitalism, and that's why certain neoliberals allow certain things to happen. Instead of trying to tackling it fast enough, they kind of let things, they stretch them out. They don't address them directly as quickly as they could. But even if they were totally on top of it, processed food's another big one when it comes to cancers. But even if they were totally on top of it, grifters and liars like Dr. Oz and RFK would be making lots of money injecting doubt and skepticism. If something's trying to get you. They're trying to get you. Buy my supplements. Right? So now the fox is running the hen house. The lunatic has taken over the asylum. And this guy's dangerous. RFK is legitimately dangerous. RFK says, no vaccines, beef tallow, swim in sewage. He believes this shit. He believes it. He believes it enough to tell other people to put themselves at risk. So that he can feel like an expert, even though he's not a scientist. He hasn't done any peer-reviewed studies. He doesn't believe peer-reviewed studies. He wants to underfund and cut science. And what does he want to replace it with? Pseudoscience.
I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary. This podcast is about telling the truth, especially when it's uncomfortable.
It's the exact opposite. It is the exact opposite. People who are legitimate in their fields will not be interviewed. It is only the crackpots. The pseudoscience peddlers, the grifters, right? Don't take proper, medicine. Inject colloidal silver as a solution.
I'm going to have fearless conversations with critical thinkers.
Lie, complete lie. He's going to have blowjob sessions with grifters that are basically yes men to his inner circle.
Including independent doctors, respected scientists.
Independent doctors are basically discredited doctors who lost their career trying to peddle pseudoscience. Respected scientists means scientists that agree with RFK Jr., agree with the pseudoscience. Colloidal silver. Look it up. It's a grift that the right wing have been running for quite some time. Turns your fucking skin blue.
And leaders in medical innovation.
Leaders in medical innovation. What does that mean? It's people who say, don't believe pharmaceutical companies, who, we should be skeptical of in some cases. But don't believe them. Inject my snake oil. Inject my magic pill. My magic pill is so much better. I don't have a peer-reviewed study to back it up. And anybody that does do a study, they discover that it's a bunch of bullshit. Or even in some cases, detrimental to your health. Don't believe them.
Research. I'm going to ask the questions and lift the taboos and expose the hypocrisy and the conflicts and the corruption.
Wrong. He's gonna confuse it further while in using his position of power to make it more difficult for legitimate science to get through all the bullshit.
We're going to follow the evidence wherever it leads.
Lie. He doesn't do that. He literally doesn't do that. He one of his first acts, in his position, was to get rid of the people that follow the science. Literally.
And we're going to name the names of the forces that obstruct the path.
And they don't, by the way, name the names of the forces that are poisoning us and obstructing real science. Right? He's over here letting Roundup back into our systems, an incredibly dangerous poison that causes cancer. He's letting food companies lower the standards for food safety and cleanliness, right? So more fecal matter particles in your food, more poison in the waterways, more cancer-causing chemicals in pesticides being used in farms. Literally, dude.
To public health. This isn't going to be about politics.
Total lie. It is literally 100% about politics.
It's about our family.
It's about poisoning your families.
It's about our children, and it's about confronting the spiritual malaise.
The spiritual? This man's supposed to be scientific? The spiritual malaise? This is supposed to be a man of science who's going to listen to scientists? The spirit and a little special animation on the text too. How much did that fucking cost the taxpayers for this fancy fucking video? This whole fancy fucking setup over here. The goddamn blue halo around his fucking head. How much that shit cost us? The spiritual malaise, huh? Does that sound scientific?
And embracing the truth.
The truth in gold and golden highlight.
If we want a healthy nation, We have to confront the lies that have made us spiritually, morally, and physically.
Spiritually, morally, this is supposed to be a man of science. Spiritually, morally, and physically sick. Oh, by the way, I let Roundup back into our pesticide, illegally letting this shit back in. More poison, more fecal matter in your food.
Sick. The time for half measures is now over.
The half measures are over. He's nuking public health.
Launching a new era of radical transparency.
Couldn't be further from the truth. When he's confronted with this stuff, what does he say? Oh, I didn't hear about that. I don't know what you're talking about. The exact opposite of radical transparency. I don't know. That's not true. I'm not talking about that. We're not talking about that. We're not doing that. Lies. And nothing, none of it's reported. None of it's from the government. It's going to take a bunch of Aaron Brockoviches to come out with the truth on this.
In government here at HHS. I hope you'll join us in our mission to make America healthy again.
Right. There's a lot of similarities between RFK and Trump. These are two peas of the same pod. Nepotism babies, born with silver spoons in their mouth, surrounding themselves with yes men their entire lives, their entire life off the names of their daddies, their entire careers, failing upwards, never having to confront actual reality. Very similar people, RFK and Trump. And by the way, Cenk Uygur considered him a friend. Used to call him Bobby. Only, you'd only know that if you watched enough TYT like I did. Used to call him Bobby. When he was first announced to be HHS secretary, he was like, well, maybe we should give him a chance, Cenk Uygur. Maybe we should give him a chance. So I'm not going to show you this whole thing, but this Ari Velshi segment on the Chris Hayes show goes into it a little bit of just how bad the situation is with RFK CDC, bearing reports on COVID, letting more poisons into our waterways, covering our food, fecal matter in the food, less standards for, meat producers, chicken and beef and pork. I don't know how much this gets into it, but this touches on all these things. The man's a liar. He's a dangerous individual because it's one thing to be a liar, right? And like, I don't believe in medical science, and so I don't take medicine, and I swim in sewage, and I take colloidal silver instead of vitamins, and I don't believe in any of that stuff. That's one thing. You do you. It's America. You do you. You can be a fucking idiot. You can swim in sewage all day. Go for it, you idiot. So it's one thing to be like that. It's another thing to drag the rest of us down in to say it's legal to remove the safety restrictions or outright say it's illegal to provide people with things that help them, to cut the scientists out of the loop. Yeah, methylene blue. Is that the one that turns your skin blue? Maybe it's not colloidal silver. Right? Maybe it's methylene blue that turns your skin blue. Right? So it's one thing to believe that shit and, take your fucking snake oil and live your life that way, whatever. You do you. But this guy, he wants to drag all of America into his bullshit. He wants to bring us all right down with him, right? So that he can feel like he's a smart boy. So that he can get the pat on the back. Oh, you don't believe the scientists, don't believe the people that have made a career out of medical science. No, believe me, the nepotism baby, who's never done a fucking day of science in his life. He wouldn't know what to do. He puts on a lab coat. He'd be like dropping liquids into beakers and turning on the Bunsen burner. Oh, I don't know. What would a peer-reviewed study from RFK look like? It'd look like a fucking Chat GPT, do this for me. Motherfucker does not know what he's doing, and he wants to drag the rest of us down with it. In the meanwhile, putting more shit, literally, into our food. More poison, literally, into our waterways. Motherfucker's dangerous.
Everywhere you look in this administration, there are irresponsible people making terrible decisions on life or death matters. And thanks to the major debacles of Pete Hegseth and Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, keeping everybody
I'm going to go ahead and read your comments that I was missing during that rant there.
Occupied. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the who leads the Department of Health and Human Services.
Yeah, so it's just me talking about how RFK used to sued the makers of Roundup multiple times and won. He now brought back Roundup, brought back those cancer-causing chemicals that he used to be an environmental lawyer. I mean, it's just, they're fucked up people. They're fucked up people.
Has mostly been off the front pages. But make no mistake, his department has done serious long-term damage to American health and safety, and things could get a lot worse. Just since he's been in office, Kennedy has overseen...
Sure, I didn't even bring that up. The Samoans who died from the anti-vax work that he did in America Samoa. He's happy. He's happy putting other people in danger, getting other people killed for his own bullshit.
Country's largest measles outbreak since before we eliminated the virus in the year.
Factually active, I totally agree with you. Where's the Dems? Where's the Dem politicians, not just the Dem political pundits like Velshi here? Where's the Dem politicians? Every single day they should be in front of a microphone, not just doing a little performance at a congressional hearing. Every 6 months or something, they drag some of these fuckers in there and they do a big performance that no one watches. They clip it for their social media, and then everyone moves on. No one goes to jail or nothing. Where is the representative for the Democratic Party getting, doing their own podcast and saying, here's the lies that, the lies that were told by the Republicans today. Here's here's this. Here's how we're going to handle it differently. They don't do any of that. Why? Because they're influenced by this, and I'm not both sidesing it here. But they're too compromised. They're too fucking compromised. Everything has to be structured and carefully formed messaging. You can't allow one single person to get in front of a microphone every single day and talk against this. Well, maybe because one of our donors might disagree with that. We can't have that.
Year 2000, for all effective purposes, it was gone from the United States. Last year, 3 people, including 2 school-age children, died from it. This year, measles cases are rising faster.
Yeah,
the epicenter is now in Utah, where there have been nearly 600 confirmed...
No, Banker, no. Because of RFK, there's going to be more gay frogs. I swear to fucking God. Alex Jones over here doing backflips. More gay frog orgies for Alex Jones.
Cases of measles, surpassed only by South Carolina and Texas, where just last year, dozens of kids wound up in the hospital with both measles and signs of liver damage. Liver damage because they took cod liver oil that RFK Jr. recommended as a cure for measles instead of a proven vaccine.
Very Stalin-esque.
There is no cure for measles. There is only the vaccine, which is 97% effective. But RFK Jr. doesn't like vaccines, and so that shows up in everything the HHS touches. Today, the Washington Post reports that the CDC is burying a public health report that was supposed to have been published 2 weeks ago, a report that showed the ongoing success of the COVID vaccine.
Remember what we just heard, no more politics. We're going to get politics out of it. So because a direct result of politics, of right-wing politics, the fear-mongering that Joe Rogan still does on a daily fucking basis, can't shut the fuck up about COVID, and the millions and millions of lives that the vaccine saved. Oh, I had to wear a mask at my comedy club. Oh, no. Motherfucker who caught COVID himself. So the direct result of politics, now they're going to bury a report that said, oh, hey, by the way, the vaccine actually totally worked. Oops.
According to whistleblower scientists, the report says, quote, the COVID-19 vaccine cut the likelihood of emergency department visits and hospitalizations for healthy adults last winter
don't tell
by
Joe
about
Rogan.
half. Apparently, the CDC director had concerns about the methodology which has been used to evaluate the flu vaccine for 20
You didn't consult Dr. Oz and some other discredited scientist first. How dare you?
years. Abdul Al-Sayed is a physician and an epidemiologist. He served as the director of the Detroit Health Department. He's now running to represent the state of running to represent the state of Michigan in the United States Senate, and he joined.
Right. So Democrat politician. Okay, I'm going to give this guy 2 fucking minutes. Okay, hold on. What's his fucking name? How much money is he taking from Israel? Hold on.
Detroit Health Department, a physician and an epidemiologist. He served as the director of the Detroit Health Department last winter by about half. Apparently, the CDC director had concerns about the methodology which has been used to evaluate.
He's legit. How much money is he taking from Israel?
Evaluate the flu vaccine for 20 years. Abdul Al-Sayed is a physician.
Abdul Al-Sayed. Okay, maybe he's not taking money. Oh wow, he comes right up. Okay, I'm gonna see if this guy's taking money from Israel while we're watching this. All right, I'll give him a couple fucking minutes.
Physician and an epidemiologist. He served as the director of the Detroit Health Department. He's now running to represent the state of running to represent the state of Michigan in the United States Senate, and he joins me now. Great to see you.
Always good to be here.
We're going to talk about your run momentarily, but it's sort of opportune that you're here because I think we have to keep coming back to this.
Okay, all right. Looks like he's a friend of Hassan Piker, who, I criticize, but honestly, the criticism against Hassan Piker has turned into ridiculous nonsense. Okay, and AIPAC is actually spending millions against him. Okay, all right, okay, I'll back the fuck up. I'll back the fuck up a little bit. We'll see what he has to say for a couple minutes.
Health question. There are people who think that there are damaging people in the cabinet and it is costing American lives on immigration, on this war in Iran. But it's quite possible that the greatest amount of damage is
they're spending money against him to defeat him. All right.
Done at the HHS because of this anti-vaccine nonsense.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, if the war in Iran is like the acute illness of the Trump administration, RFK Jr. is the chronic disease. Yeah. And the consequences are going to last many lifetimes. It's really hard to reverse mis and disinformation when you put it out there. When you start telling people that the things that they take, or more importantly, give to their kids to help them, actually do damage, at some point the consequences last for a very, very long time. And it's hard to put the genie back in the bottle. And it didn't just start when he became HHS secretary. It started years and years before when he decided to declare, a jihad against vaccines for God knows what reason. And now,
well, there are some speculations about the reasons, and one of them is that he launches lawsuits and makes some money out of it.
That part, and here's the thing, this is the key point. Him and the grifters around him have made huge amounts of money lying to the American public. Because, of course, if they tell you that the thing that actually works doesn't work.
Look, it shouldn't exist. It should exist. That, it's about, if we want to keep our democracy, it's about implementing and enforcing a system of checks and balances that naturally filters these people out because they will always exist. Okay? And if the Hillary Clinton neoliberals have shown us anything, is that we can't ban our way to free speech. We can't ban our way to liberalism. Okay? The solution isn't to take away their right to vote. The solution isn't to make ignorant people illegal. The solution is to create a robust democracy that is able to filter these fucking people out and keep them as far away from power as possible.
They're trying to sell you the thing they tell you does work. Right. And guess what? At the end of the day, when they've cut all the objective science out, they leave you going back to them.
So let's talk about cutting the objective science out.
Female eunuchs, thank you. I'm honored. I'm honored to be a left-wing Rush Limbaugh. Fuck that fat fuck and his fucking drug addiction and his fucking cigar habit that got his ass killed. Rest in piss, Rush Limbaugh.
The CDC, and one can argue that it's got its flaws and needs to, everything can be done better. It was the gold standard. The funding that goes to universities, for the NIH, that is the gold standard, right? It is much better than setting up a big building and saying the government will research all these medications. We have some of the best ways to identify and cure illnesses in the entire world, and they've been slowly dismantled.
Yeah, I mean, I want us to understand that we've taken for granted our leadership on science and healthcare for a very long time. That didn't just happen. It's because we invested in rigorous science. We followed questions where the answers went, and then we invested in those solutions. And over time, when you start cutting that away, the long-term consequences become pretty great. I mean, think about this. There are people who are going to die of diseases we might have been able to find the cure for, but for the fact that because
of God help us all, the next COVID situation comes along, we're going to be less ready to handle it with people in charge that don't agree with medical science.
Doge and RFK Jr., that we defunded the incredible scientific.
And that might be a disease that I get diagnosed with in 20 or 25 years. That
no, it's like we won't see, in some cases, we won't see the ramifications of these actions for quite some time. All right, so this guy's pretty badass. There's a big Muslim community in Michigan, and there's a growing anti-Trump sentiment among some in Michigan. So I really hope this guy does well. Anybody, look, I'm no fan of neoliberal, but look, I'll vote for a fucking neoliberal as long as they're not supporting Israel, as long as they're not taking AIPAC money. And I would say over 80% of the neoliberal politicians right now in power take money from Israel. We have been conquered. We are being occupied currently by a foreign government in, our two major political parties are totally occupied by Israel. It is a massive, massive problem. And yeah, you can call me
cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
You can call me an anti-Semite all day. That's the fucking fact. So I hope he does well. If you want to see the rest of this interview, I have 1 hour left. So I got to keep driving forward here. But if you want to see the rest of this interview, it's right here. I hope this fella does well. U.S. defense official overseeing AI reaped millions selling XAI stock after Pentagon entered agreement with the company. So just, insane corruption this man should be behind bars. Not only is he advocating for dangerous software that is getting people killed right now, the same kind of shit that's getting Palestinians killed in Israel. It's the same kind of tech that's targeting American citizens or people, immigrants and people that are trying to go through the system correctly, showing up to court dates. It's this technology that's directing ICE to go kidnap these people. My Alexa is listening to me. No joke. It is 100% doing that. 100% doing that. Hey, Alexa, suck my dick. Sucking dick now. So frightening stuff, and I need to point this every time, Palantir or any of this shit is brought up. I need to bring up that Keir Starmer is gung-ho getting this technology into the UK government. A so-called Labour politician, so-called liberal, is over here shopping around for right-wing, authoritarian Big Brother technology to get plugged in. Why? For Israel, so he can easily censor people who disagree with Israel's war crimes. Keir Starmer, one-term Keir. Hey, Alexa, is Keir Starmer going to be a one-term politician? One-term PM? Thank you for triggering my Alexa. Moving on. This is devastating. This is being underreported on MS Now. I mean, MS Now, talk about, these motherfuckers should go to jail. This is unbelievable. This is going to affect us for decades. Trump orders the dismantling of the U.S. Forest Service. All regional offices are being shut down and the research programs destroyed. This is research that can't just be started up again. We're going to have to start over. We're going to have to start over. We're talking about, studies about okay, what's the long-term effects of this? What's the long-term effects of that, right? What does a change that happened 30 years ago, how does that affect us now? And what is it going to look like in 30 years from now? That kind of shit. Perfect picture of arrogant Trump here. Who knows when this was from? Oh, I did it. Moo. But this is devastating. Devastating, right? Moving all this stuff into one office in a right-wing state. I think Utah or maybe something like that. But and of course, what's the reason behind this? He's going to sell our nation's forests to a bunch of right-wing oligarchs who are going to go in there, rape and pillage. Fern Gully all over the United States, right? Millions and millions of protected forests are about to be raped and pillaged You know, before Trump's at the end of his 4-year term here, if it even does end. But he's going to get all of his corrupt buddies, logging companies, oil companies, mining companies, raping and pillaging our beautiful, pristine forests that we that are like some, you know, some. One of the reasons that King Charles was so distraught at losing America was because of these beautiful areas going to be raped and pillaged. Where's MS Now? Okay, watch. Look at this. Look at this. MS Now. Let me show you what MS Now is up to. Is there a single story on MS Now's YouTube page? Is there a single story on MS Now's YouTube page about this? Videos, latest. Where's the one about the forest? Let me just type in forest. Zero. They got one covering Eric Swalwell's sexual assault allegations. Yo, your boy Lenny from the south of Boston up in this bitch. Okay, MS Now not talking about this. This is huge news. That's going to affect us, millennials, Zoomers, Gen Alpha for the rest of our fucking lives. We're going to be dealing with this, getting these motherfuckers out of there. Even if we win, and even if we do, they're gonna strip. They're gonna strip mine all the forest. You know, all this area, all these mining and oil pumping machinery. You know, that damage isn't undone immediately. It takes decades and decades and decades. The endangered species that are going to get fucking killed. This is critical stuff. Not a single fucking story in MS Now. CNN. So this is all supposedly left-wing media, right? Left-wing, right? Forest, nothing. Nothing. We went to space. That's great. I love the space. Where the fuck are the stories about this? Nothing. ABC, owned by the Disney Corporation. ABC News. Videos, word forest, nowhere to be seen. Nowhere. ER reported on it? What's ER? What's that? But let's type it in, right? Forests. Let's just type forest into YouTube. Let's see who's actually reporting on it. Okay, maybe that's not specific enough. U.S. Forest Service. Extinction Rebellion. Well, of course, they reported on it. All right. Is the U.S. Forest Service's website talking about this? No. Even the U.S. Forest Service's website isn't talking about this. Holy sh! We are look. I don't mean to take your language here, Zoomers, but we are fucking cooked. Adult Swim is the only true news program. Oh wait, this has a sample that I don't like. No, I didn't change that. Okay, who's talking about this? Come on. All right, U.S. Forest Service. Here we go. So, Fresh Tracks, what's the real goal? They're talking about it. Aaron Parnas, some random dude. Yeah, exactly, Toast. Really American. Okay, NBC Montana. NBC, local NBC, talking about it. Zach. Okay. Some guy named Zach. Zach is covering it. Wait, the U.S. Forest Service is being dismantled. Very good? Oh, okay, it's a joke.
We're gonna release garter snakes in the woodpile, garter snakes in the woodpile. Some people said mice might be a problem. Not with garter snakes in the woodpile. Snakes eat mice, you see. We're gonna release...
Okay, Zach's all over it, low-key. Zach is all over it. Okay, so wow, is it really CBS News? Barry Weiss, I didn't check CBS News. I just assumed they're a right-winger now. 8 days ago, they covered it. Man, that is just sad. MS Now not covering it. ABC, CNN not covering it. But Barry Weiss's CBS covering it. Local news, another ABC local news affiliate covering it. Wrangler Star. Nope, he's not covering it. That's 3 years ago. Okay, so the local ABC, NBCs are covering this. David Ross Lawn, who represents the grass and wears berets, unironically. Motherfucker out here. Does he live at the Ren Fair? This motherfucker, he took a lunch break at the Ren Fair to report on the Forest
Trump
Service.
administration has just announced its plans to dismantle the U.S. Forest Service. Yes, just in time for fire season. All 10 regional offices are set to close, in addition to over 50 research labs. In case you're unaware...
No, Ren Fair is hot. Absolutely. I'm a big supporter of the Ren Fair, but you're not going to wear this beret and not receive at least a modicum of shit from me, okay?
Key roles of the U.S. Forest Service include protecting natural resources.
And I know this is not a beret. I'm sure there's an even, fruitier name for this fucking specific type of hat, okay? But you're not gonna get past me, buddy. Look at the fuzz on the collar, man. No, I mean, he's rocking it. Good for David Ross Lawn.
Managing timber harvesting and livestock grazing, providing recreational access, fighting wildfires, and conducting forestry research. Our National Forest...
Yeah, we're over here fighting goblins. This motherfucker pulls out a ukulele and starts singing us a jaunty tune. 10 plus charisma.
Are a treasure, and they should be protected at all costs. Gutting the U.S. Forest Service does nothing for the greater good. It only leaves wildlife, ecosystems, and people at risk. Just when you think this administration cannot get any worse, they continue to prove us wrong. Every morning we wake up to a new headline, completely desensitized. But this is crazy. Remember all those terrible wildfires we had across the country last year?
Right, no, and he's making a great point. No, it's gonna lead to more, fires, all that kind of shit. Wow. Okay. Shocking to me that the only national news service covering this is CBS. That's shocking to me.
The Deputy Agriculture Secretary says Salt Lake City was chosen for its reasonable cost of living, proximity to an international airport, and Utah's family-focused way of life. But not everyone is...
ICE. They're going to send ICE, Amon MC. They'll send ICE over there.
On board with the change. Gabrielle Cannon joins us now. She's a senior climate reporter for The Guardian. So why do U.S. officials favor this move and see it as necessary?
I swear to God, if these motherfuckers don't bring up the corruption, I swear to God, I'm going to send an email.
Yeah, I mean, they're really framing this as an efficiency move and one that they said has been a long time coming. So there has been challenges in recent years with the Forest Service sprawling mission, certainly staying on budget. And at this point...
Okay, so we just increased the fucking budget. What, is Jeff Bezos unavailable? He can't dump in an extra bill? Jeff Bezos spends $1 billion on a yacht inside of a yacht. We can't ask him to chip in?
Point in time, the administration is saying that this is going to help maximize their ability to expand the mission, which they see as timber production. Of course, that's been a key priority for President Trump.
Okay, so she starts off by making, we're doing a steelman argument on the fascists that are going to dismantle our Forest Service and hand it over to oil drilling oligarchs. Okay. Bring it on in. For the love of God, you better bring it on in.
But of course, if you zoom in on some of the details of this...
Okay, thank God. Yeah, exactly, Lenny, exactly. Some goddamn bears shitting in the woods. The audacity.
Plan. You can see some of the other ways that this might actually put more power under the president. And so, for example, we're going from this 10-region hierarchy to one that is then 15 different state offices. Those new state directors will be political appointees rather than career civil servants.
Why the fuck are you tiptoeing around this? What, you know what I mean? Well, I don't want to be seen as an activist that's advocating for the fucking forests. What are we afraid of over here? This is probably why CBS picked this woman to speak on behalf of the goddamn woods. I mean, what the fuck? We're tiptoeing around this? Can we be real for a second?
What are environmental groups saying? Some of them are pushing back, right?
Yeah, I mean, the pushback has been expansive. So when this was first proposed last year, we of course had a public comment period. It had 14,000 comments filed. The vast majority, it was like over 80% were negative. People are concerned that this will actually have the opposite effect, not more efficiency, but actually less. So some of the things we've seen in the past when these big shakeups have happened.
This is huge. She is not coming at this with the passion and energy that this needs. We're talking about research that we cannot just magically restart. We're talking about career experts who've made their entire lives, preserving the forest. And now we're showing logging. I mean, that's a good thing. Maybe they're actually, I don't know if this is from the U.S. Forest Service's Facebook, this picture, really? Okay. But no, we're talking about devastating fucking damage that cannot be undone instantly. And that, it may take the rest of our lives to repair.
Trump administration, for example.
So research onto endangered species, like research on human interacting with forests, research on rare phenomenon happening in the woods, behavior, animal behavior, specific types of flora and fauna, how they interact and how to preserve them, biomes, just in general, how they interact with each other, how we can preserve them, how we can make them better. Look, I'm not a fucking forest scientist here, okay? But this, this is stuff that can actually, benefit humanity. Not just for the president, not just to have a nice place to walk around and get lost in the woods but like to actually benefit humanity. 50 research facilities seems wasteful. It's the cost of like one missile, low key. It's the cost of like one fucking missile. We can't afford this shit. Jeff Bezos gets to shoot his bald ass up into fucking space, but we can't afford a couple motherfuckers sitting in a shack somewhere in the woods studying fucking bugs and shit. Ludicrous. We can afford this. It's outrageous.
When he tried to move the BLM headquarters to Colorado, 90% of those staff positions were lost. It created huge vacancies, huge issues in accomplishing the day-to-day work. And we're coming at a time when the Forest Service has already seen big disruptions in the work that they do because of those budget cuts and staffing cuts from mid last year.
Neoliberals doing this shit too, by the way. I don't know if they were like severely cutting, but it's not like they were dumping investment either.
And so there are worries that this is not only going to hamper that work, but it's also going to stop like critical fire safety work, research, and the general mission that goes beyond timber production, which is of course conservation and climate science.
And then just thinking about the people at the center of this. I mean, you're asking people to uproot their lives and move essentially across the country, right?
And they're not going to do it. The Trump administration is literally asking these people who are like, they live in these places to uproot their lives and move to Salt Lake City, a goddamn dystopia. If you've ever been there, no offense to Salt Lake City, but it's not exactly, green haven.
Yeah, exactly. And what we've seen in the past, that some folks just really aren't able to do that. And so there are people who are critics of this plan who think that this is sort of a broader way to easily eradicate the folks that have been in doing this work for years and years, to replace them, once those new systems are set up. But what we know from past experiences is that we will see disruptions. And whether or not this turns into something that is efficient in the long run remains to be seen. I think that
remains to be seen if this is going to be a positive. You go out on a ledge here, huh? I guess we'll have to wait and see if this complete dismantling of this is going to do any damage.
That's been one of the major issues, right? Is that there are clear problems that need to be solved. I think a lot of critics of this plan were hoping for a more surgical approach and certainly a more robust analysis on the types of cost savings or the ways in which this might streamline the work. And rather than a surgical approach, the administration has kind of chosen to come in with a sledgehammer.
Kind of maybe. Oh, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, boo, boo, boo. I mean, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? This is the best you can get for advocacy? Holy shit. Ring the fucking alarms already. So let's talk about data centers. Moving on, talking about climate over here. Wanted to show you how these data centers are just getting approved by all these local, governments, getting massive kickbacks, lots of billions and billions of dollars, doing shit like this. Oakland County commissioners caused a major stir this past Wednesday, April 8th, by voting to approve the new flock safety drone. Sorry, this is specifically about the drones. This is in Oakland, Michigan, by the way. But this is the same tactic that we're going to see with the data center. Sorry, in the next link here. But this is the kind of tactics that local governments are using, voting to approve it and then taking public feedback. So look at this. This I won't even. This is boring as hell. But that's what they do. It's procedural.
Commissioner Powell.
They vote to approve it and then listen to the public.
We only have one public comment and we move it to the end of the agenda. Thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Powell.
Right. So they just motion. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll let the rabble have their say after we've made the decision.
Seconded by Commissioner Gershenson.
Right. And this means now they've approved flock cameras, which if you haven't been following the controversy with them, hackable fucking government connected flock cameras they're now going to let them fly over your property, flying around, right? And it's for the kids. It's for the kid, missing persons, and for the kids. It's for the kids, right? More surveillance state nonsense.
In favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it.
Roll call vote. You can't move the.
It's already been done, sir.
It's already been done. We've already did it. This is how these local governments act.
It's already been done.
No. Roll call vote.
We are now voting on approval.
So everyone there taking time out of their lives. Right, they got kids, they got jobs, they got they got shit going on. No, they show up. This is supposedly the American public doing it the right way. Totally subverted. Yeah, we've already approved. Yeah, you could talk your shit while we're on our cell phones scrolling for our next dalliance with with a prostitute. I mean, okay, going too far here. But that's what they do. The public starts talking, they just get on their cell phone and shop.
Mr. Clerk, are we going to... Okay, Commissioner Cabell?
Right, and then they send, by the way, and then if they get too rowdy, they send the cops in.
Approve the agenda. Does that mean also getting rid of the first public comment? So 9.
Public comment was motioned and moved to the end of the agenda.
But
right, so move to the end.
We didn't vote for it, and we asked
it
for
was
a roll
voted
call.
on.
We
just did it.
Call, and you
it's
did
been
not
voted on.
You can't go on to the next agenda item until we have a roll call because we
I
asked
did.
for it as is.
I did. But watch me, I did it.
Not allowed to
Commissioner
do that.
Cabell.
You're not allowed to do that.
I just did it. What you gonna do about it, bitch? This is what these tyrannical local governments are doing now, all over the nation. Steamroll.
I want to appeal the decision of the chair. Support. Appeal the decision of the chair not to have a roll call
We've
vote.
already moved past the
we
question.
We have not because you're
Mr.
asking
Clerk,
us to move
please
to the
prompt the vote.
I appeal
Please
the
prompt
decision
the
of
vote
the
on
chair.
approval of the agenda.
Just steamrolling it. Just totally steamrolling people. These are people doing it the right way. This is what happens. This is how you get a fucking riot.
Do not do that, Fred. You
on
know
approval
better.
of the agenda will stand as the votes of the
Do
commission.
not vote on this, Commissioner. You're hurting democracy by doing this. Do not do this.
The agenda is approved.
That is undemocratic.
Everyone will have an opportunity.
Everyone will have an opportunity to voice their opposition. While I go take a piss, you can go ahead and scream into a microphone while I go cash my check. So this just happened April 4th,
Dave,
just a couple
this is
days
embarrassing.
ago.
Dave, this is seriously embarrassing.
The next item on the agenda is the public hearing for the 28th North Saginaw Brownfield.
Moving on. So that's not the only example. I got another. So here when it comes to the data center. So that was with fucking drone planes flying over your property, connected directly to the cops and the fucking CIA, the police state drones flying over your property. Yep, approved. Yep, fuck off. We don't care. So here's what it looks like when a $6 billion data center is getting debated at a local government. Look at this.
Bill number 4876,
Yeah, we're gonna avoid public comment on that. You're not gonna let us do this. And they, you know, so these people are with it. These people are going to vote against them, right? But a majority of the public are not paying attention, right? So once again, tyrants, authoritarians, anti-democratic elements taking advantage of political apathy. So apparently, though, there was some immediate political ramifications of this. Let me just read this here. On March 30th, 2026, the Festus City Council moved towards a $6 billion hyperscale data center plan, approving the massive project with a 6-2 vote. The developer, CRG, plans to build over 360 acres near Highway 67. And the next video, I'm going to show you what that actually sounds like and looks like, what that's doing. Not only is it incredibly noisy and incredibly bad for the environment. Yeah, 6-7 indeed. Not only is it incredibly bad for the environment, but you get this, it's starting to heat up the local climate. It's producing so much heat that it's actually causing the local area to go up in temperature. So it's going to be hotter during heat waves. And it's going to fuck up the environment, right? Because natural course of the temperature here and there, like these things, like they're like, there's so many things that we don't know what they're doing to us. The pollution, the noise pollution, and now heat pollution. While city leaders expect the facility to bring in $1.3 billion over the next 25 years, the decision sparked an immediate and intense backlash from the community. So this $1.3 billion that it's bringing in, it's just in tax. There's like 3 people need to work there. Like once the whole thing is built, by the way, they bring in outside people to build it, sometimes from outside foreign countries to build the fucking place. And then there's no employment there. It's like 2 or 3 dudes. Nerds like me running around, the hallways, replacing hard drives and making sure everything's fucking plugged in, right?
China?
So the fallout was swift, though. Here's some good news. The fallout was swift at the polls. Just days after the vote, voters ousted every incumbent council member for re-election who had supported the deal, replacing them with candidates who campaigned against the project. Local residents organized under the group Wake Up Jeffco I'm not going to do it, have since filed a 54-page lawsuit to block development. They argue that the city violated transparency laws and that the facility's massive water and energy needs will ruin their quality of life. I didn't even mention the water usage. So ask yourself, we got politicians here that knew damn well they were going to lose their political careers because of this, but they rushed it through anyway. Wonder why, huh? Wonder why. Got a little kickback coming. Something's going to come their way. That's why. Why would you throw away your entire political career for a politically? They knew damn well what the fuck was going to happen, but they did it anyway, and they rushed it right on through. To try and ease these concerns, the agreement requires the developer to build a new $5 million firehouse and pay for all necessary road and utility upgrades. Oh, whoop-de-doo. And by the way, the moment they agree to this stuff, they immediately go to court to try and get out of it. Immediately, they start. They get their lawyers going. They're multi-million-dollar lawyers. They fight in court to not have to compensate, to actually not have to follow through on any of this stuff. I guarantee it. They immediately started that process of getting out of these agreements, these contractual agreements to do these things. There's also a buyout program for homeowners living within 1,000 feet of the site. Yeah, sure, a buyout program that's going to give you, 1/3 the value of your house or 1/2 the value of your house, and they're going to nickel and dime you, fight in court to try and pay you as little as possible for the home that's been totally ruined. Your property value completely fucking destroyed because now you're living next to a loud ass data center that's polluting you in a myriad of ways. Within 1,000 feet of the site. Despite these concessions, the project remains in a state of flux as the new city council takes office and the legal battles move to the courts. So I'm going to show you this video here. I don't know how accurate the audio is, it kind of sounds like the audio was boosted. But even if the audio isn't boosted, and you know, this is kind of an example of what you have to deal with if you live next to it. So imagine you have a house, right? Your house has a certain amount of value, okay? This massive fucking data center moves in, and then you're like, well, I got to get the fuck out of here. I want to sell your house. But this is what it sounds like when you're trying to sell your house. Right? The value of your house, boo, skyrockets down. Woo, craters. Skyrocket's not the right word. Craters down, right? Crashes. No one's going to want to buy your house. Your property just became worthless. Your home just became worthless and unlivable. You can't even, you have to upgrade your windows if this shit is getting through your fucking windows. You can't even enjoy a nice summer day anymore because you want to go outside for a barbecue. This is what you got to listen to. So I don't know how boosted the audio is. It does sound a little boosted. Okay. People in the comments are pointing it out. It's like, I don't know how honest this is. Right. But even if it's less, it's still untenable. Ruins the value of your home, ruins a nice summer day. For the rest of your life, because it doesn't go away. Constant blasting of fucking fans, right? On top of the pollution, the water usage, your fucking power bills going up through the roof. If you live within 1,000 feet of this, we'll buy your house at the new value. Yeah, we're going to cause the value of your house to go down, and then we'll throw you some scraps. We'll throw you some scraps.
In the summertime, like I said, we like to have our windows open, and it's hard to when you're listening to that all the time. Yeah,
right. I mean, so if this is accurate, this is unbelievable. All right, this homeowner right here. If this audio is accurate and not being boosted separately or anything, this is unbelievable. But even if it isn't, even if it is being boosted and the reality is still, it's a little bit quieter than what this video is showing. You can't enjoy outside anymore. You can't even open up. Anyone who lives in a rural area, you open up. You got screens on the window. You open up your windows, right? You let the wind blow through. Oh, well, why don't you just buy an AC? How come you don't have central cooling? Some people can't afford that shit. Some people actually don't like that for their own, for their own health reasons.
About that, the property values, because if we want to resell the house, who's going to want to buy the house with that noise? No one's going to want to buy it. They'll be like, no, we ain't moving there. I mean, and we liked it here. We've been here since 09, and we loved it here. But now, I don't know. The quiet country city living that we've been used to.
Has it done anything good for the city, do you think? I'm not here.
No, and that's how they sell it, right? Because you can barely hear the question. It's like, has this done anything to for the city to make it any better, right? So we get to build a new stadium, we got to build a new firehouse. What is that guy? What's that going to do for this guy, right? Yeah, you're going to need that firehouse when I fucking burn the whole thing down.
If it has, I don't know where. I couldn't tell you where.
Right. City commissioners and people who work in government, they get their kickback, and then they don't live near the data center. They're good. But poor schmucks like this guy, right? Property value decimated, too late to sell, too late to get a buyout deal. He's totally screwed.
All I know is I don't even know for sure. They painted it at one time, and then they changed it up, and they did that, and they put the screens up there, and they just make a noise of it. There's just too much noise.
Right. They could implement technology to lower the volume, but it wouldn't lower it completely. It wouldn't stop the water usage. It wouldn't stop the energy usage. It wouldn't stop the heat pollution. Wouldn't stop the chemical pollution, because these motherfuckers are running their own generators. So you got exhaust fumes coming out of there. Why? So you can generate pornography, or some multi-million, billion-dollar corporation can fire a bunch of programmers, right, to type into ChatGPT That's what, that's what this is for. Welcome back, One Sly Fox. So it's like, once again, top comment. Here's the top comment of the story. Once again, it's not a promise, okay? It's not a threat. It's math. You push people to the fucking edge and they will react. Right? You exploit and fuck them over, people will react. Here's the last video pertaining to this. Energy Transfer, NRT. This is kind of confusing because they talk about energy and then a company called NRT. Or, I'm sorry, Entergy. So they talk about Energy Transfer and Entergy, Louisiana, ink a 20-year gas deal to power North Louisiana growth. And listen to this. So this is an expert. This is, regular dude. Probably voted Trump. Let's be real. Talking about how much natural gas is being gobbled up by these data centers.
Y'all want to hear something crazy? You know that large data center that Meta is building in Louisiana? Well, they want Entergy to build 10 gas power plants just to supply the electricity for that damn data center.
10 power plants. Meta orders 10 gas-fired power plants.
Gas power plants just to supply the electricity for that damn data center.
Gobbling up natural gas, by the way, that's a limited resource. Okay, that's not a renewable fucking fuel source.
I'm not shitting y'all. They're going to provide enough electricity to power 7 million houses. But they need it for that damn power plant. Entergy has already signed a contract with Energy Transfer.
Well, it's public and private who's fronting the cost. It's interesting because the private is all the building costs and whatnot, and the kickbacks and the buyouts, that's all coming from private. But who really pays for it once everything is built? The public does. The externalities of these decisions are immeasurable. Unbelievable amount of natural gas being used. The exhaust being pumped into the atmosphere, heat pollution, water usage through the fucking roof, carbon. Right? Exactly. So that's kind of how it works, right? The private upfront costs, but then the public has to deal with the lasting ramifications of these decisions.
For them to supply them a pipeline of natural gas, 36-inch pipeline.
36-inch natural gas pipeline. This is not renewable, folks. This shit doesn't come back. Okay, and they just want to gobble it all up. And what are they going to do if they do gobble it all up? What's going to happen once they gobble it all up? They're just going to skip town, leave. Well, good luck. Install a solar panel, dum-dum. Shouldn't have given us the right to do this.
They're going to provide them 1 billion cubic feet a day of natural gas.
It's crazy. It's crazy. This shit isn't a resource that just magically comes out of the earth and just never ends. Why don't they use solar instead? Yeah. Because the 1% haven't found a reasonable way to exploit it for profit. Yep, nailed it. So if you want to know more about this, here's the link right here. Yeah, One Sly Fox. Yeah, they should just fucking live there. Live on fucking Mars. All right, I'm running out of time here, unfortunately. I might have to do a follow-up stream tomorrow because there's, this is just the critical stuff. The Discord has 8-10 times as much news that I wasn't able to get to. And this is the critical stuff that I'm missing. But my wife has to go to her book club in about 20 minutes here. So I got to take over for the kid. But I wanted to talk about this. This is big news, actually. No one's covering it, of course. Who is this woman? This woman is a Taiwanese politician who basically represents China in Taiwanese politics. She's taking a trip Her name's Cheng Li Wan. She's taking a trip. I know, I should be on top of that.
China?
But she's taking a trip to China.
China?
For a journey for peace. So what the hell is going on? China is getting ready to invade Taiwan, and this is going to be the puppet that they install when they do it. That's what's going on here. Okay? This is all they're going to do it. They're going to do it, and I think they're going to do it before. I can't tell you the exact month, day, time, right? No one can. But I think they're going to do it before Trump is out of office. And they're going to blindside Trump with this. You're going to wake up and you'll be like, "Oh shit, they've done it." And it's going to be blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg. They got the whole thing planned out. The entire Chinese military is just going to move the fuck on in, immediately occupy the Capitol building, neutralize who they got to fucking neutralize, take over TSMC, the chip manufacturer, like every fucking piece of electronics you own has a chip from TSMC in it. And it's just going to be done. Boom, that's it. Over. Done. And that's what this is. This is getting ready for that eventuality. I'm 80% certain that this is what we're going to see before the end of Trump's term.
中国国民党主席郑丽文率领的中国国民党访问团已经在7号中午抵达。
Lenny has business interests that make it a little bit more difficult for him. Especially if you're selling toys. You're selling yo-yos being made in China. I assume so. It definitely makes your situation a little bit more complicated. Allegedly, TSMC factories in Taiwan have self-destruct mechanisms for this exact scenario. I mean, shit, dude. If that really happens, if TSMC is destroyed, it will take over a decade to rebuild. This is TSMC. I shit you not, has some of the most advanced manufacturing facilities anywhere. Okay, you know how everything is getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Silicon, transistors on smaller and smaller and smaller chips. TSMC is one of the only places on Earth that is capable of making some of this technology. I swear to God. If those facilities blow up, the fucking global economy is going to, you thought the Strait of Hormuz was bad. Holy shit. It would be epic. It would be completely epic. And there's if they're truly destroyed and China can't quickly rebuild, and if there's corporate secrets, right? There's Taiwanese people who don't tell China how to rebuild some of this stuff, and they have to start from square fucking one.
上海虹桥机场，开启大陆的参访行程。
Okay.
这次郑丽文访问大陆有着极为重要的意义。这是中国国民党主。
China. It's they have to have a plan. They're going to be kidnapping scientists or something.
时隔10年再次正式访问大陆。
Right.
也是被外界。
So this woman is being groomed to be the puppet that will take over Taiwanese government when that happens.
看为成为推动两岸关系和平发展的破冰。
Oh shit, man. No one's reporting on it. Nobody. Do we have time for Epstein? Do we have time for Melania and Epstein? Maybe I'll save this one for tomorrow. Speaking of scientists that are being kidnapped, actually, since this is relevant, since we were talking about that, maybe I will talk about the yet another story that's not being reported on, which is yeah, I do have time to talk about this one. You might not have heard about this, but it's bizarre, dude. It's right, it's right out of the fucking, spy novels. But there have been mysterious deaths and disappearances of American scientists. There's 8 of them now. These dudes have been disappearing, right? No one's reporting on this, and these are professional jobs. have they broken apart, strategy member? But no, so I have time to report on this. We'll do Epstein tomorrow. But this is really scary stuff. So unfortunately, it's a Fox News clip that I have here. The Will Call Show. Will Kane. Ooh, Will Kane. Ooh. But no, this is a big deal. No one's really reporting on this. You know, Fox News, I guess, unfortunately. Nobody credible is reporting on this. But this is weird stuff. This has been happening the last couple months. American scientists disappear. And these are professional jobs. These guys are just up and disappearing, right? No evidence. No one can figure out where they are. Some of them dying. Pretty scary stuff. And some people are like, what the hell does this mean? Is this a precursor to something? It can't be random. There's too many of them for it to be just random happenstance.
There's a story that caught our attention. We're talking about a number of U.S. scientists, some connected to very sensitive research, who have died or disappeared. Let's break down what we know so far. We're going to start with Carl Grillmar. Carl Grillmar, pictured here, was an astrophysicist at Caltech. He worked on a NASA-supported space telescope project and infrared systems. Now, he was shot and killed at his home just 2 months ago. Then there's Frank Maywald. He was a senior scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab, focused on advanced satellite systems, and he died nearly 2 years ago, but his cause of death has never been made public. Meanwhile, Monica Reza also reportedly connected to NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab project. She went missing last summer while hiking in California. No trace. It keeps going. There's William.
Right, and if it stopped there, it'd be like, yeah, okay, whatever, right? This is a nothing burger, right? Dude was murdered. That sucks. You know, guy died 2 years ago, and a woman, went missing on a hike, which happens unfortunately quite a bit, especially with all the budget cuts and stuff. But people, they take the wrong path. They get eaten by a bear. I mean, the shit. You can die out there in the woods. Like, it's a dangerous place, right? But it doesn't stop there.
McCaslin, a retired Air Force general. He, too, is missing. He's a former head of Air Force Research Lab and oversaw advanced space and surveillance.
Get a better fucking camera on the screen. What, you don't have a third camera there to point the screen? What the fuck you doing, Will Kane? Get a better fucking show here. How much money are you going to pump into the studio, but you don't have a camera to point at the fucking screen?
Programs. He's been missing since...
Yeah, there you go. They had to reposition camera one over here, these amateurs. I could do a much better job. Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
All right, anyway, but the controversy continues.
February, and reports say he once oversaw funding connected to a project that also included Monica Reza. Now, there's more. To New Mexico, Melissa Casais. She has been missing since last summer. She worked at Los Alamos National Lab. She had an administrative role, but reportedly also had security clearances. Just months earlier that she went missing, so too did Anthony Chavez,
really,
also connected to Los Alamos, an engineer.
Really? So she's walking amongst a group of friends, and then boop, doesn't fall off a cliff. She's just gone. She's 30 feet behind other people, and then she's gone. So she was on a trail. It wasn't like she was just hiking alone, doing a little, flight of fancy, and does something, amateur. She's like walking with friends, like 30 feet behind her, and then she gets disappeared. Bears don't do that shit. Vanished, huh? Yeah, something's up, dude. Something's up.
He disappeared during a walk. No signs, no answers. And then finally, there's Nuno Loureiro. You remember Nuno Loureiro? He was the MIT researcher focused on nuclear fusion and was shot and killed in his Massachusetts home last December. It was the case of the Brown shooter. It's a separate case with no confirmed links to the others. But here's the key point. Authorities have not connected these cases, but look at the overlap. The same handful of institutions, NASA, Air Force Research, Los Alamos Laboratory.
We're talking about 2 people gunned down, okay? We're not talking about people who have, down and out, drug addicted. We're talking about, professional scientists, right, who are probably doing quite well for themselves. Did they put too much money on Polymarket, right? No, I mean, this is fucking weird, dude.
So, could they be connected, or is this something else entirely?
Right. So strategy member here with a follow-up. So only the right wingers who, I think there's some crossover here because the right wingers are really the only ones, the right wing news networks. They cover the UFO stuff, right? They get a little spooky with it, right? Got to use Kalshi, right? To get in trouble with the mob. They don't even need the mob anymore to break your fingers. They just take your home, right? They don't murder you in your home. So we've covered the story twice. First wrote about it when they were 5, then 6. The Daily Mail published the news report. 2 scientists connected to UFO research and sensitive information. Something's up, dog. Prominent research. What's up, dog? Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. Former worker, nuclear research facility. So yeah, it's really only the spooky motherfuckers talking about this right now. Pharmaceutical research. So the 67-year-old astrophysicist, the one with the bow tie here, I think he was the one shot and killed. Shot and killed on his front porch at 6 in the morning. 6 a.m. shot and killed on his own front porch. I don't know, man. Nuno Lourinho, director of the Plasma Science and Fusion Center at MIT, reportedly on the verge of a breakthrough in plasma physics and fusion energy, was assassinated at his home. Authorities identified the gunman as former classmate from Portugal. So we got a guy specializing in fusion energy. Major General Neil McCaskland, who oversaw the Air Force's $2.2 billion science and technology program at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, was named in the 2016 WikiLeaks email as an advisor on UFO disclosure. Walked out of his New Mexico home on February 27th without his phone, wearable devices, or prescription glasses, and has never been seen again. So you do that all the time, right? Leave the house without your phone. I mean, I do. I leave the house without my phone sometimes, but without your fucking glasses? Shit's fuzzy without my glasses. My eyesight's getting worse and worse as I get older. I mean, legit, I can't read the fucking text right now. My eyes can kind of correct a little bit, but I'm not just, if I'm leaving the house without my glasses, that means my glasses are broken. So this guy leaves his house without his glasses. This guy gunned down in his own home by a colleague. Carl Grillmayer, 76-year-old astrophysicist, killed and shot on his front porch. Jason Thomas, pharmaceutical researcher testing cancer treatments at Novartis, was found dead in a lake. Bro, dude. Fucking mob hit over here after disappearing 3 months earlier. So dude disappears 3 months earlier. Found him dead in a fucking lake. Police said no foul play is suspected. His cause of death still not being determined. Okay.
Emotion.
So that's completely inappropriate. Monica Reza, NASA scientist, disappeared while hiking in the Angels National Forest on June 22nd. 2 friends saw her 30 feet away. They look back and she was gone. No trace. Grillmar was interested in making very, very sensitive satellite-mounted sensors. And then the final one here, Melissa Cassius, administrative assistant, vanished on the 26th last year of June. Both of her phones were found at home, wiped clean after a factory reset. Just something you do, wipe both. You have 2 phones, factory reset them both before you leave mysteriously. Don't leave a note for anybody. You just vanish, and you do it professionally. You just vanish professionally. You're not, because people are able to do that nowadays with all the modern technology. They just disappear. I missed one here. Anthony Chavez, former worker at Los Alamos National Laboratory, nuclear research facility, founded during the Manhattan Project, disappeared without a trace, no explanation, no resolution, gone. As you do, you just bloop, disappear, because that's so easy to do nowadays, just to completely fucking disappear. No one knows what happened. No one, nothing. No camera, no nothing. Just bloop. Some of this shit seems professional, okay? And it's like one or two, right? You know, one or two, it's like, okay, that's weird. That's a mystery, but, you know. But we're talking about how many individuals now? 6? No, 8. 8 individuals either straight up murdered under mysterious circumstances or disappeared under mysterious circumstances, all connected within similar fields. We just met them at a very Chinese time in their lives. Yeah, because that's, yeah, exactly. Wow. Okay. Well, I don't have anything to I don't have anything to add except this button. That's literally all I have to add is the fucking X-Files sound. That's it. That's my contribution. Something isn't right. Yeah, I mean, strategy, yeah. I mean, you know, if you're going to disappear and, like, truly disappear without a trace, you have to plan that shit. And when people are under emotional distress, when people are under, like, psychological, when they're depressed, they don't think about, you know, they jump off a building, Roblox, you know, they leave a note and then they fucking Roblox, right? They don't carefully, you know, a 30-point plan on how to, you know, completely disappear without a trace, right? Like, I'm going to walk 30 feet behind my friends and then jump into the fucking woods. You know, I'm not going to wipe both of my phones, not contact any of my family members or loved ones, and then just, I don't know, you know, put on a disguise. I'm going to plot out a route that misses all the cameras, you know, hop on a fucking, you know, Greyhound bus to Tijuana. You know, people that are depressed and, like, you know, that kind of stuff, like, they don't think of that stuff through. They're all trapped in some Lovecraftian, non-Euclidean dimension. Backrooms is the fucking backrooms. I wish. I fucking wish, man. I want to go to the backrooms. Probably wouldn't be saying that once I was in there. No clip through the floor, just whoop. All the YouTube videos of the back rooms are actual videos of people stuck in the back rooms. Yeah. Can we go to the Frutiger Arrow back rooms? That's the one I want to go to. You know what I'm talking about? Let me show you real quick before we go. I want to go to the Frutiger Arrow back rooms. Can we go here? This is the one I want to go to. It's a casting couch. There's a small kink on the internet of people getting off on medical scientists having crazy sex. I'm more willing to believe the backrooms theory than that one. Usually if somebody's going to plan a suicide, they're planning to make it as painless for other people as possible. Yeah, a lot of the time, you know, depending on the situation. Probably wouldn't want to plan it in a way where nobody could ever figure out what happened to you. You're always wonder about you. That's kind of a psychotic, actually. Yeah, it's not common, I'll say that. Some people do. Some people just, like, I don't care, you know, like they're so deep in, you know, depression. They just, you know, they just go for it. But they usually leave behind a shit ton of evidence, you know? Is this video entertaining to you? I watch this shit all day. Yeah? Anybody else entertained by this? No? Okay. No, not really. You don't want to be trapped here? You don't? No? Okay. I do. No, it actually gets better when he gets further in here. Yeah, this isn't the best. Let me show you a better representation. Here, something like this. Here we go. This is the back rooms I want to get trapped in. Bunch of MSNBC or MS Now, or was it MS Messenger icons. food. Oh, it's made out of glass. Oh, that might be a problem. Yeah, the grass is fake. It's just a bunch of glass sculptures everywhere. No food anywhere. Is this a better one? There was one that was like really representative of it really well. Maybe this one. Right. Anyway, okay, I gotta get going. Not entertaining at all. Boo, boo, boo this man.
Shut the fuck up.
McDonald's style back rooms. Boo, I hate this. The studio that made Midwest Angelica started a new series, Codex Aquazone, liminal space horror underwater. Oh, that sounds interesting. Boo, I hate this. Is this the one that was really good? There was one that I really liked. Boo, I hate this. Oh, this one's good. This is a good one right here. Yeah, this guy, he goes outside, and it's like this massive mega structure. And he looks up, it's like, oh my god, Mick Backroom. Like, the modern corporate style is so, it's like, it's even lamer than, you know, any of this other stuff, this corporate artwork stuff, right? It's even more, like, minimalist and brutalist. It's like, it's not even anything to be nostalgic over. You know, because like this is like, you know, Windows XP era, early 2000s, you know, the Frutiger Arrow kind of corporate style, right? Thank you, Lenny. I appreciate it. Thank you, Lenny. But the new corporate style, it's like there's nothing even to be remembered. Yeah, a copy of a copy of a copy, derivative of what was already derivative. So safe that there's nothing even to be nostalgic over. That would be a true nightmare. You know? Modern corporate McDonald's back rooms, that would be a fucking nightmare. Just like corporate brutalism. This is a pretty good one though. You know? Glass humanoid structures. That's pretty cool. Big MS Messenger glass sculpture. Does he go up? I think he goes up. Yeah, he goes up the fucking ladder. In reality, though, I would probably be trapped in the dank dungeon pool rooms. You know, some fucking snake, some building-sized snake flying, you know, crawling around. That'd probably be the back rooms that I'm trapped in. Some stone structure staring at me. I was really disappointed to hear Vaporama Vision, who makes some really great backrooms videos, makes stuff like this. YouTube flagged his channel for repetitive content, and it's like, what are you talking about? Repetitive. There's a whole narrative weave throughout, like it's great stuff, but no, YouTube. This is who YouTube decides to destroy and nuke. Really sad stuff. One of my favorite backrooms creators here, Vaporama Vision. I mean, you know, except for Kane Pixels, the #1, the GOAT. But yeah, channel was recently demonetized. It's a decision I respect, but it pushed me to pause my latest video so we don't get any more Vaporama Vision, dude. Sucks. Go get a real job. I don't know. I guess curious to see, but he wants to make other videos besides the backrooms videos. It's like, no, bro. Look, and he was doing one that was going to be in like a village. Sucks. Life sucks sometimes, you know? Life sucks. All right, folks. That's all I got for you today. Hopefully I'll have time to do one tomorrow, maybe Monday if I don't do it tomorrow. So, but I will be getting a second stream in to cover the rest of this important stuff, the Melania news, the Epstein stuff. What else we got in here? Lebanon, Israel's attacks on Lebanon. We got to cover that. Yeah, the murder video that Donald Trump posted. I'll be covering that. It's real. He posted a snuff film, still there. If you want to see Donald Trump's snuff film, here's the link right here. You can get a little sample of it. It's a legitimate murder video. It's a woman getting her face beat in with a hammer. So if you don't want to watch it, that's up to you. But this Donald, it's still up there. Truth Social didn't take it down. Legitimate murder video posted by Donald Trump. So we'll be covering all that and much more on the News Underground. Folks, I am Abandoned Nihilism, here to remind you about the 3-step program to create political change. Step 1, we inform ourselves. Step 2, we sign up and show up using resources like mobilize.us. And step 3, we put in the motherfucking work, baby. We put in the motherfucking work. We got to work just as hard or harder than the fascists. We have no choice. Big props to Seneca Athena, Female Eunuchs, German Cow, your boy Lenny, accidents waiting to happen. Strategy member, Ice King of Space, Female Eunuchs once again. Amon MC, Clutch Cargo, Bound TRS. I'm just me. Who else we got in here? We got Simply Steve. So honored to have all you folks coming back in. I'm very grateful of you coming in to view. One Sly Fox, thank you for coming in. All you lurkers, by the way, thank you to the lurkers. Big props to the lurkers. Star Troopian, big props to Star Troopian. Once again, big props to the lurkers. Thank you to the lurkers. I know you're out there. Who else? Who else in the chat? We got Low Key OP. Thank you, Low Key OP. Big props to you. Lizzie Bruz. Big props to Lizzie Bruz. Thank you for coming back. Best chat on Twitch. I mean, it's there's no debate here. Absolutely no debate. I would love to put my chat. I wish there was a way to put up my chat versus other chats. You guys would fucking smoke them. Smoke them, dude. Tisriel, big props. We got Keck Pep, new viewer Keck Pep. Thank you for coming in. I'm Toast over there at D Live. Thank you, I'm Toast, for all your wonderful chats. Splendvania, thank you, Splendvania. Big props to Splendvania for popping in. Factually Active, who is extremely active in the chat today. Thank you, Factually Active, for all your wonderful chats. Great job on that, staying on top of these stories. Thank you for all the links. Thank you for all the participating in the Discord. Once again, I am Abandoned Nihilism. This has been the motherfucking News Underground. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. And free Palestine, folks. Take care of yourself. Best, realest motherfucking politics show on Twitch. Props. Strategy member, big props to Strategy member. Big props to Strategy member. Thank you for all your contributions in the Discord, Strategy member. Seneca Athena in this motherfucker.
How to get you high? Get you high. Get you high. Get you high. How to get you high? Get you high. Get you high. Get you high.
News Underground, motherfuckers. Take care of yourself. Have a good day.